miss highlights.
Sing
Little magazines.
Yeah.
Don't they still have them?
I like the finest shape ones. The game in the magazine, find the shape.
Yeah, it's fixed. User error.
Oh my goodness.
Tell me about it.
Oh
My favorite
goodness.
gas station stopped selling
Yeah,
my
of
favorite
course.
juice. I'm pretty upset.
Why not the sandlogger?
Thank you. That was the
That
appropriate
was
reaction,
really
guys.
terrible of them.
Burn it to the ground.
My favorite juice. I
Burn
got
it
fucking
down!
Regular fruit punch instead of tropical
We
fruit
do not
punch.
condone
you're the
burning
one
down
fresh,
establishments. What you do on your personal time is up to you. We do not condone burning down establishments. With that being said, burn it down!
No, we haven't done that in a long time. Yeah, the trails I went on at Kensington were really fucking cool. Take everywhere.
Suppose I could do an outfit change.
I love you so much. You're my favorite. I was telling my friend Haley from West Virginia
Please be safe.
about.
I'm still gathering my items. I'll hug you multiple times though.
She was like,
This
I
is
really
my
like
second
this
one.
style. I was like, yeah, my friend has like all these cute outfits. I should like schedule like outfit changes. I was like, every
fun
Halloween
thing
she's
to
like
wait
a different
for
thing for every party. Like, there's
5 more hours?
I
4?
was like, I don't have.
How many?
4.5.
4.5. That's nothing.
Nothing.
Chump
I got
change.
that.
Yeah,
Hours.
that's
We're
20
on top
hours.
of that shit. We are.
Yeah. Out of like 24 hours, I feel like
This
the
is
4
4.5. We got.
a lot easier than the 20.
Nope.
Dude, you can do so much
Wrong.
in 4 hours. Please. Like,
I'm just
Especially
now-
with all these activities that we have planned for the last 4 hours.
Oh, I have a whole Google Drive of activities. Activities.
With a capital T.
coming your way.
It's a good thing
It was a pleasure meeting you.
things
Pleasure.
aren't called activities.
It was
You
great
know what I'm
meeting
talking
you.
about, but I can't.
Drive safe.
Always.
Always a pleasure.
Well, no, I feel
Yeah, I was just saying it's my
okay,
time for an
alright,
outfit.
alright,
I
alright.
do not believe you.
Hug to
I-
you. Okay.
I got
I
that
think
all.
that would just
on
get
film.
things spicing up a little bit, you know.
Friends!
Outfit change.
Please try to stay.
Alright, I'm
Some
gonna take my
lipstick.
cut of the.
Doing some
Oh,
yoga
that's
maybe. Maybe we do a little yoga segment
Alright.
on top of this money.
Well, one for the road cow.
Oh shit. Fuck yeah.
Oh shit. Don't leave. Don't let them leave without a hug. That's
I
what
hope,
trying to say. My god, why is this talking so much? I've been awake a long time.
Your telethon accumulates.
Thank
Money.
you. We did hit our goal
Yeah.
already, so
Setting high goals for high
mhm.
people.
And met him immediately.
we
Yeah.
almost incredible.
We're
To be
actually
honest,
from the
inspiring.
future, not for the future.
Correct. That's AZ's
I have
news
heard that.
from the future.
I have heard that.
Not for the future. That's 5 times. Not that anyone's counting. But
Please, you say your thoughts.
Always. I'll see y'all soon.
I
Bye-bye.
lost something, but it's not.
Is it your babe? It's right next to
I'm
you.
saying. Oh, anyway.
It's been a while.
How do we take that, turn it into art for our one viewer that is my computer, who never sleeps on the Western Front. Sway.
Sway.
God is a dead fish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Named Alberta
It's
after
partially.
New York. Alright, oh, I forgot to get Al all upset about this fucking book. They would have been upset.
I'm a bad influence.
They would have been upset.
It's not great. It's pretty problematic. It's not a great time. Do not recommend for kids or anyone. Cannot condone.
Let him paint cool designs. Yeah. Let him paint cool designs on you. Honestly. It's a fun activity idea.
Yeah, I want to paint designs on you. Is that what you said? Or am I hearing things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, I said on you while you sleep. sleep.
Oh.
Yeah. You know.
I was just hearing what I wanted to hear. Just imagine someone like clicking on this and like this.
That would be good. There's a good little tune.
It is. A person squat on the floor.
It's like I walked into a room in a video game and there's like I need to have a conversation with.
You know,
It's flipping through a book
I feel kind of like an
in the
NPC.
planner, but it's empty.
So who's the quest giver then?
Him.
Do you like my orbs?
Yes, I do.
What are my answer options?
This bathroom?
Yeah.
Would you rather
Don't
be
trust the
outside?
toilets.
No, yeah, you can.
Kelly's been real confident about it.
Right.
It might give you Poseidon's kiss.
Don't flush it while you're still sitting, is what he's saying.
That's when the toilet comes up and.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. I know.
What does it do, Kelly?
It just goes up there and bidets you.
Bidet.
But
Bidet.
don't mind
But
if
not
I do.
bedazzles, which I thought was what I was getting when I went to
Bidet. 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 Bidet.
Dude, these guys were fucking on acid. There's no way they would. Would you rather have your skin made out of sticky, wacky wall walker material, or have your body made out of Nerf material? Things to consider: constantly collecting dirt and lint, getting really heavy in the swimming pool. But he didn't do things to consider on the other one, so obviously that's the one he didn't want to pick, which I am noticing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
give
he
him
does
real
that.
heavy support for one,
Yeah.
or like negative aspects of
Yeah.
one to like sway you not to pick it. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
That is the one I do not know the rest of, I can say. I don't even know all of Moonlight Sonata. I just know
You
some.
better
I
not.
just remember some
Not
of it.
for children. This product may not fit all cats.
It
If
would
your
not fit
cat
my
seems
cat.
uncomfortable, or if you suspect the fit is too tight for your cat, please remove immediately to avoid risk of strangulation. Intended to be used for short durations under supervision. This product is only for indoor use with domestic cats, and is not to be used for any other application. Always supervise your pet to ensure they do not destroy or ingest this product, as this may cause harm. Inspect regularly and replace if any parts become damaged.
Thank you so much.
Do
for
not
being a part
use
of
to
it.
restrain your
Thank you
cat.
for waking
Do
up
not
and
attach a
choosing
leash to this product.
Apathetic Zero.
If
Yeah,
product
dude, first
becomes
thing I
wet,
was
some
like,
color transfers may
Good way to
occur.
start the day.
Use caution around light colored upholstery or carpeting. I feel like this is so long, but it's like so few words, but it just keeps going.
Do you recycle cans?
Yeah. You can just leave it there. I'll get it.
Am I the only one that feels that way?
Probably.
Keep away from open flame. Neither Kitan Club nor Clever Idiot Inc. will be held liable for any loss, damage, injury, death, or other unexpected events resulting from the use of this product.
I'm showing my art piece.
Do not use on the following kinds of cats: a cat who hates collars, a cat who doesn't want to be touched, a cat with a head that is too big or too small,
If your cat doesn't like it, don't do it.
a cat who is
Can you make
ill,
like
or a
animation
cat
as
who
you
is
draw
too
it
young
too?
or too old.
I'm sure I can, but I don't know how.
That could be an NFT.
And this is the other one that I'm working on. I'm really proud of the nipples.
Oh, I like it.
Thank you.
Well, it's a double eyes.
Thank you.
Nice
This is
fits.
what's taking so fucking long on it.
Yeah, makes sense.
But yeah, I have fucking, hold on. It tells me how many hours I've worked on it. 42
How's it
hours and
going?
59 minutes.
Let's go.
Which is,
Dude, NFT that meal can make it like 10 grand.
honestly, yeah.
Just like being ridiculous with it.
Put it on things. I
But
know. I
you're
wanted to buy an
talented enough.
NFT before I started making my own, so that I could like I want a digital photo like frame that I can plug a USB into and display my NFTs on. But I can't figure out how to connect my bank account to MetaFox for OpenSea. It's been a struggle.
As they get more and more done, it'll be easier to interconnect everything. But
I have like $800 worth of Ethereum, so like I'm not behind.
when you do NFTs too, they usually pay you in whatever crypto that the blockchain is in.
Yeah, I like the Ethereum blockchain because I can see it being the most useful. That's about it to me. And I wanted to, I don't know, I like backing things with my money when I like understand them, and that was the most like straightforward to me
Yeah.
as far as like understanding them goes. Alright, Lucas, come here.
I'm coming.
Ooh.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Oh god.
Oh god.
fuck.
Oh god.
Alright. Bye.
Bye.
On camera.
It's
Talk
nice
later.
seeing you.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, Lucas likes making things public. It's, Bye.
Until
Thank you
next
for
time.
having me over. I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer, guys.
Hey,
I'm
you
full of
coming
regret
was
about
like a
it.
breath of fresh
I'll
air.
make everything.
Oh, thank you. Oh my god. My other type of books.
Hey,
How about that?
how about that? How about them tigers? Thank you.
Yes. I was gonna make chocolates, but I didn't. So, you can have that. You have to share it. Well, I mean, no you don't. It's for you. You can do whatever you want with it, baby.
I will share it if it's with the community.
Thanks for letting me play with your shape-shifting cube thing.
Anytime.
Yeah, it changed my life, man.
Bye.
Me earlier, dude. Just folding it in and out.
Silence.
Hold on.
Holding. 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 Still holding. Holding. Holding.
Thanks, guys, for
Thank
being real.
Are we still on
VPs.
hold? Cause I don't even know where the phone went.
It's right here.
Oh, are we still on hold?
Oh, it's not even plugged in.
Oh shit. How long are we? Oh damn.
So yeah, we're still on hold.
Lost our place in line. Gotta start over. For those asking what we're on hold for, that's none of your goddamn business.
We're holding.
We're holding.
Get it?
Ha. Ha.
Ha 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 ha.
Right. This is the stuff people stick around for, guys. This is the good shit.
This is the
This what-
content.
This is the Twilight
This is what the
Hours.
people want.
This is where shit starts getting real weird. They left us to our own devices. Like, I don't know what they expect us to do. It's gonna get weird for me. But
Kid, 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 kid. You didn't like that, did you?
moment of
I
time.
don't want it. I'm just asking for it.
I just wouldn't say no to it.
Yeah. Kitty, kitty, meow, meow.
It's nice to have that like breath of new wave people, but now that they're gone.
Yeah, to hold conversation.
I mean, we can. I just.
We can. Geez. Sorry. I mean, there's what can we do?
We can.
This Telethon's really taking it out of me, as you can see.
It's really hitting you.
Hit me hard.
There's not much left over here. They got it all. They took it all to the bank.
Damn the bank.
They sold all my NFTs without my permission.
Yeah. And they gave you 20% of every transaction.
Yep.
Without your permission.
How dare they? So, if you buy an NFT and then sell that NFT, can you still do you still have use of said NFT? Like, if it was an album per se, or like a piece of art, could you still utilize that art?
So
Even if you don't own the rights
it depends
to the
on
NFT.
why you're trying to own said NFT. Because most people who buy NFTs aren't trying to use said art. It's more of a bragging rights right now.
Yes.
But like, I mean, theoretically, I
You can.
can torrent a movie
Sure, you can
and
download
also
that
still
image.
rent the movie
Yes.
from Amazon.
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
You're not gonna own that blockchain.
Yeah,
once
like
you sell
that's the part that
Yes.
matters.
See, to me, it's the art that matters, not
No,
the actual.
but it's the
Oh, for the sale.
yeah, as
Yes,
the artist,
for- yes,
you know,
okay.
you want your art to be resold over and over again, and every time it does, for you to make commission
Yeah.
off of it.
Well, that's what I
But
was
a
saying.
lot of
Like,
it's
can
not
you?
real NFT. Like most of it's like
It's it's
it's just bullshit on purpose to make the blockchain.
To do
Yeah.
whatever the fuck they do. Yeah. I don't know. That's what like. I'm not a big fan of like the whole crypto thing and all that.
I like
but
the decentralization of it all, but Silicon
Sure.
Valley predicted all this like pretty early on.
I'm also just not a fan of money and exchange like that
Yeah.
in general.
Like capitalism's pretty evil, and it gets pretty apparent once you get up to the top over there. But in this world, they don't care if you don't like money because they get your landlord to care, and all the other old white men.
That have a lot of the one thing are gonna make it, so you need that one thing.
I've been telling people that it's crazy to think that the Civil War, like at the time it started, only 1% of Americans owned slaves. Which I think is like, I don't know, perception wise, it was not, it's led that to me, you know, in my head.
I don't know.
Are you debating that in your head?
Well, I'm just thinking about it.
But like, it was just like the 1% of our, you know, if you think about it, like, capitalism just always is gonna have that 1%.
Okay. I guess that wasn't the context in which I was taking it, but like yeah. Top 1% owning.
But most Southerners didn't own slaves. They just benefited from slavery. They didn't.
Sure.
They
Yeah,
weren't.
because of the amount of income that was coming into the regions.
Yeah. But like plantations and such were like a corporation.
Yeah.
You know, at that
You had
point.
one family that was running all these fields.
Yeah. But it's just weird to think that like they would get so many people to die for something that they didn't even like.
Well, it's like why Oklahoma has the panhandle that it does above Texas
Oh yeah.
is because of like the I can't even remember what it's called right now, but the treaty that made it so
like a
that
parallel line.
yes, yeah, that you couldn't have slaves above the whatever parallel.
And Texas was like get
And
rid of it.
Texas was like, well, no, we're still want to be a state, so you know what? We're just gonna ditch off this land right here that is above it, so that's no longer part of our state. So since we're now below that line, as a state, We can own slaves. Yeah.
I did a school report in Oklahoma for some reason, and like I was not old enough to understand the implications of what I was reporting on because like they just basically slaughtered.
Tulsa.
Well, not even that, but before that, like the Trail of Tears and stuff like
Oh,
they
yeah,
like
yeah.
originally
Yeah.
Oklahoma was originally all Reds land, and they were like, no, you guys can have it. And the Schooners, which is like what they named their football team after or whatever, was them the night before.
I
going-
think a schooner is a boat.
Okay, fair enough. Whatever the
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah.
They like
It
was the day before they were allowed to go claim land. They left the night before and then like killed anyone on the good land and just took it.
Yeah, shit's fucked. But I mean, that's how all of history has gone.
Well, there's a
But-
new Hobo Johnson song that I like a lot.
Is it the which one is it?
The Einstein one.
Yes, yeah, socialism. Why socialism? Yep. Yeah. I think it's wonderful. I think
I
it's
do too.
wonderful.
I
Actually, I was talking with Haley about it a while ago.
I've been
I
trying
put
to
it on.
play it for people that like kind of can't grasp communism.
Well, and like and the thing is like and because it's Albert Einstein actually wrote it. It was an actual published thing, and like the song doesn't have the whole article
Yeah.
that he wrote, but it's. I mean, yeah, it's still political because I mean it's the topic of the conversation what he is, but it's still like I don't know. I think it was really well done.
I like the idea of rising above the predatory nature of man.
Yes, yeah.
To me, when I watched a Karl Marx biopic.
Have you ever read the book Conquest of Bread?
Mm-mm.
Okay, that might be a good one.
But I like resonated a lot with the idea like my grandfather was beaten to death for taking firewood out of the woods, but if no one owned the woods, would he have been committing a crime?
Use your fruct. Personal property, but not private property. That's what I believe in. Use your fruct. The use of land, as long as it's not detrimental. So as long like that land may be my personal property, and I may like have a claim or stake in this plot of land, but you're free to use it as long as you're not harmful to the land or destroying
I'd
the
say
land.
your stake though is still part of the issue.
It's
Long
still
term,
so
long term.
like well,
short term it benefits
sure.
you more.
Well, I will, and it's more or less like setting boundaries because I still feel like people need to have space, need to have like personal space.
If you're fighting the predatory nature of man
Sure.
versus once you rise above that, which you wouldn't be able to conceive until we get past it, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that those spaces are necessary. I think even like like Zuckerberg isn't wrong. Like we should be giving up personal property to go into a meta space because right now you could be.
So we shouldn't or should
We should.
be giving out personal.
We should stop caring about property
Oh yeah.
in general and go into more of a digital space that doesn't, even that property is like so like
Sure.
oh I have this
Yeah,
sticker
yeah.
versus I'm buying this car that I'm only gonna drive once, but the cost
But
of
if I
creation and buying that car has destroyed the environment of like a county, and like how many golf clubs do we need to make, or could we just leave all the golf clubs at the golf course? And that
Fair.
concept
Yeah,
over and
yeah,
over
yeah,
again applied through all of.
Yeah.
So that property, once you get rid of that sense of propertyship, you start to convert into more utopian-like, and never will you
And
get to.
the property aspect for me, like it's really like it's like personal space, personal bubble, and like division of labor, and so it's like this is the area that I kind of am in charge of maintaining or caring for. It's like having a job in society, having an area in society where I can exist. Because like I
feel like that's the case though, because it's being predefined before
Well,
you go into it.
But I know what you're saying, but it's still like the free use of that land from anybody.
No, I'm
as
not
long as
like
it's not
against
harmful.
it, but I'm just saying like
It's still setting
ultimately, though,
boundaries, and it's still setting
it still
that still
will lead to
concept
that my
of,
land, or maybe not you,
Sure.
but your son's son.
Over
Will
time, it's like, no,
lose-
this is mine. You can't.
Yep,
Yeah.
that my grandfather staked this
My
land and said no
grandpappy
foreigners allowed in
wrote
this soil.
down
Yeah.
through generation after generation.
Working for
and
Coca-Cola,
and-
I feel like I really understood the evils of corporations, not because they're just evil as they were, like they are evil, but like Coca-Cola, no one alive, no one that works for them gives a shit about the commonwealth of that company. You know, like there's no one in that generational seat.
That saw the
benefiting.
rising and like
Yeah.
the family aspect.
So,
of
and since
all
that
these
company was
people.
never demolished after the
Sure.
the
They got
people, I
that-
feel like that's also one of the bigger, because you're having,
that disconnect from
Yeah.
top to bottom.
but, and you're not, like, because Coca-Cola is then supposed to buy up, according to capitalism, all the failed competitors and consolidate and create competition, but instead, since it's not being maintained at all, it's just going into this weird snake eating itself loop. In my opinion. Like, they waste a lot of money. Like, a lot of money. Being a big company. And it's, like, weird to think, like, some guy's trying to make money by just not printing off on this sheet of paper. And it's like, oh, I saved the company $1 million out of all these things, but then creates, like, those, like the Chinese getting rid of the locusts because they were pests and then having
Oh, okay. It causing
like a
other
cascading
issues.
effect.
Sure. Yeah.
like all throughout
Yeah.
Coca-Cola, it's just like
Well, it's the cost loss or what it's there's an actual phrase and like and it has to do with like and there's 3 different phrases, one for the company, one's for the consumer, and then one is for nature that falls not on the consumer or the company.
it's just like
It's essentially like they're dumping.
yeah.
But that loss is still a loss, it's still detrimental, and it's still when it comes to a point, it still falls on the company to resolve. But
It's like fuck this one. Sorry.
the loss itself, or the waste, is not directly to the consumer or producer. But I still like if I were to start a commune, like I wouldn't let just anybody walk on and join it.
Well, and that's the predatory nature of man. It involves every man, in my opinion. So like, if you were to start a commune right now, you wouldn't be past that either, and you would have to be protecting your like. But at some point too, that sense of control will create that patriarchate. You know.
And still develop that nature of my.
Yep. Or I'm somehow superior more to these people. They're less deserving of this commune I've built.
Sure. I see that. In my mind, it was more like working as a society and culture and like kind of more minimalizing it rather than having it more grandiose where like the culture of us 3 is different than the culture of us 5 in the room and that aspect of kind of like rather than having like a mass consuming culture kind of narrow it down where you're still thinking on a larger scale but your actions are more directly correlated to what is in your direct realm of control, right? So like realm of concern versus realm of control, like thinking globally but acting locally and having that mindset of you're still having the thought of something grander and bigger than yourself, but what I can control and have like influence over is what's directly around me. And I think in that aspect of having society and culture that is a little more intimate and where you have these small little towns or communes providing for themselves and then the communes overall kind of like still kind of like building upon that where they're still providing in areas where one might be slacking but it's still kind of like this if you're in need I'm going to supply this with you just like if I'm in need you would supply with me, not where it's like a quid pro quo kind of like sort of exchange good for good. It's if I have an orchard where I'm taking care of peach trees, you feel free to grab those peach trees and make a pie, right?
Well,
but if you make make pie for more than just yourself.
Well, there's there's in like neighborhoods in like Switzerland where they have like every like it'll be 500 homes and each house has a different tree, fruit bearing tree on it, and they all just trade with each other like freely.
Yeah.
But at the same time though, once again though, predatory nature of man.
Sure.
Anytime you're gonna be dealing with like victims of capitalism. And
Well,
what's
and
that
I still
gonna do?
feel like just like it's gonna take time. So it's still just making like, oh well, it's predatory nature of man doesn't just help of kind of like using that as an excuse of what's happening. I do like being aware is different than.
Well, I don't disagree with the like do local to be global. You know what I mean? Like I do. I mean, it's someone who's positioned himself more into doing what I've been believing in, whereas I was believing in not doing. Like that's helped a lot. But I do think that
more
like
time.
like I felt like prior to me working on this farm,
Yeah.
I wanted to make a comment, but I wasn't making the steps to even go that route.
Yeah.
So as much as I could sit there and have an opinion on a global situation, I wasn't even doing anything locally. So
Sure.
it was like a lack.
Sure.
But I don't think it's a cop out to say that capitalism like it is itself like a beast that
It's not. It's something that like we've created.
The mentality will attack you though too. Like
Yeah.
society
And
pressure will
I
fuck
don't
you up.
think capitalism was all bad or is all bad. There are
No,
aspects where it was actually beneficial
There's
for
good
like
and bad
advancements of
forms
things.
of every
Yes. Yeah.
I would be more libertarian if we did a grand reset.
I like the whole thing with like the politics is like I'm not a big fan of centralized state in general.
See, as a communist, I often tell super conservative people that I have a lot more in common with them than they think.
I mean.
Because I'm small. Like I want a
Yes.
city. I want a city that is in complete control of itself, and we have small central government.
And it's more
makes sure
it's
we're
more of a republic.
Yep.
Yes.
And each
Which I
city.
mean, literally like Republicans.
Yep.
It's a found.
Republic
it's like,
City.
It's.
But
It's
trying to
formation
teach
of a
them
republic.
civics right now is just. Silly.
I know. Well, but and I don't blame that mindset because it really is like if you look at what they grew up with and seeing like
Well,
these
the
totalitarians
the
that were.
silent majority is like I feel like a lot of like the silent majority finally stopped being silent, and now we have this like stupid like everyone's like, oh, it's so crazy now. It's like, well, actually they're all fucking crazy, but they just agreed not to fucking talk about it out loud.
Oh no! Yeah, 100%.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
now like it's like, oh, Facebook, I'm the man of my house. I'm gonna tell you guys what I think of the.
Yeah, you can hide behind the screen.
Some guy actually messaged me really mad because I shared like a pro Bernie meme, and I like.
Seriously?
Well, he was like super Trump thumper.
But like even.
But I
like,
even approached it though, like instead of being like, well, you think I'm against you and I'm not, but everything you just said was a talking point. Like, what are you talking about? It's like, I'm not even pro-Democrat if you're asking.
Yeah,
So
dude,
if you're
I'm
trying to
not
get me to be
pro-Democrat.
anti-Democrat, I'm on your side.
But
what about your side? And like, it
but
just went
again,
down that
because
road.
well, Republicans are the foundation of like republic, so they want one person making decisions for them. So
Yeah.
it's an idolization of an individual being like
Powerful.
yes,
Patriarchy.
yes,
Which is also just kind of silly if you're gonna try to do like a Star Trek. Like Star Trek to me is like the feeder fish, like that's the.
Star Trek.
I just use Star Trek as like the guy that created it. Like he wanted to envision a future of like what to build towards.
Okay.
So like Gene Roddenberry, like he was like, what are like
Not
so.
super hip on Star Trek.
Okay, so in like Star Trek universe, they don't have money anymore.
Good.
Like they're a federation that like is exploring the universe, but like their civilians don't use money or have means for money. Like their society's past.
That concept, yes.
Yep. And now they're dealing with more high drama.
Yeah, so it's
ensuing things because
yes,
they're
the
past
evolution
the qualms
of
money.
me versus you coming to us versus them,
Yeah.
and it's now us versus nature.
Yeah. Or even just it's actually like
I don't
It's
mean
like,
nature
they're
is
just,
we're
like Star
fighting
Trek is
nature.
more
It
like
means,
explorers. Like we're
but it's
exploring,
still so what things that they're coming across would be nature. I don't mean like
learning
going out
about
and
nature.
punching
Yeah,
trees. I mean like natural disaster
Yeah.
happens, so we come together as a community and we build past that. So it's not the argument of us versus them. It's really like us surviving and us
Yeah.
living.
You're only
coinciding.
as strong as the weakest person on your
Yeah.
team.
Yeah.
But like, and so in that sense, like right now, like a lot of people would have you not, like they would say, well, the Star Trek universe isn't possible to go towards. You should just go to the
But it's like,
dystopian hellscape we're going down. It's like, why wouldn't we want?
why
to
wouldn't
go
you want to?
towards
Yeah,
better?
like yeah, the word
Even if it
world is
wasn't
shit.
reachable.
Why would I add to that shit instead of like? Why would I want to try and prove it and like and I'm not gonna force my opinions or thoughts on people's throats, but like realm of concern versus realm of control. Like I have influence around me, so I'm gonna act the way that I want the world to be, and hope it catches on.
Yeah.
And like, but I'm still not oblivious to how the world operates, and I know that like there's still like things that I can't necessarily control that are still ingrained in society and culture. So I'm still live with that aspect and I'm aware of that aspect of it, but I still hope and dream and build for something better tomorrow.
My mom always told me to leave things better than you found it.
Yeah.
And I think that applies to physical things, people, situations. I think you can bring that mentality into pretty much anything, and why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to try to better the situation?
I have a lot of friends' parents, and even like my parents are like, well, I had to struggle, so you do too.
That's so toxic.
Well, like that's not. I feel like
Why
the
aren't we
point
trying
is
to,
for that like
build a better future.
yeah, like share the knowledge of your struggles and like and don't make it so they're
Don't
ignorant
make your
of
identity
this.
based off of it.
What?
Don't make your identity based off of it.
Yeah, but like
Because when you make that based off your identity, then you can't separate you from the struggle.
what that is, yes. But still being aware that it exists and don't be ignorant of these complications that arise and the things that you might have to deal with going forward, but still do what you can to give them a better jumping off point. And not just maybe your kin, but also your neighbors and like and the people that live around you in your community. If they flourish, you're going to flourish as well as a community member. That's what politicians today, how I think they should be paid is based upon the average rate of pay for their district.
Well, that's the thing that right now, I feel like the entire, like, the moment you start to attack, like, a policy like that, it's like a slippery slope for
Yeah.
them. So
Well,
they,
then
you know,
it's
what I
like,
mean,
oh, so
we're losing control, we're
yeah,
losing,
yeah.
because we're in power. But right now, a politician, to me, is actually just a fancy lawyer for a rich interest. And there's not much
Yeah,
separating.
I mean,
And
they
then
go to
their-
a lot of them
their
go to law
interests are
school.
set up, yeah, and like they're, I mean, you can. Ultimately, if you're gonna be powerful, you gotta know the law.
Yes, yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I mean? And that's where like it becomes like this.
Well, and but I think society should dictate laws, not laws dictating society.
I agree, but the problem is idiocracy a little.
Yeah.
Mob mentality where you get a bunch of people jumping on bandwagons.
Like,
Yeah.
Like I feel like the Greeks like didn't want full. They wanted a republic more than they wanted like a full democracy
Yeah.
because the common man could be so easily misled.
By a man standing in a corner yelling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which has obviously been proven over and they've been yelling like, "Oh, stop this, please!"
Especially through Facebook. Like, and I find it interesting, like growing up with it and kind of like having it taught and be there as I was like growing up and developing. Like I could see and kind of more gauge what's what in that realm. Whereas someone that was a little bit older, having it introduced after they already had this like mindset of how they consume information, how they interpret information, it was interpreted differently. I don't know if that makes sense. To where like growing up with the internet, I was able to know that like don't trust all the shit on the internet
Yeah.
because a lot of it's just memes and bullshit and stupid ramblings, and it's not all really vetted. It's just random people putting random shit. Where like
no, though that doesn't even exist.
yeah,
I
no,
feel
does
like
not at
it's-
all.
I feel like it's more funneled than it ever was before,
Oh, it 100% is.
and that
There's
that
so much more.
decentral-
There's so much more
once again, going into the
confirmation
Bitcoin stuff,
bias.
it's the decentralization of it all.
You're talking about media. Or-
Everything, because Bitcoin, like right now, there's social medias popping up in Bitcoins
Okay.
where you would own all of your data and you get to have once again, because of those smart contracts, it like protects you.
So do you think social media should be run by private interest or by public domain?
I think at this point, well, ever since Facebook did the Department of Defense contracting work they did in 2012, 2011, they should have been public. Because the Department of Defense had them flood users' posts with negative and positive things.
Yeah.
To basically just, if a population is about to riot, can you get them to not riot?
Yeah.
And they proved that they could.
Yeah.
And since it's being used at a military level,
Or like in a way of influential power over.
can we go over my smart thing real quick? Because Al is one of the people that hates hearing about it, but I really do like.
Scaring about it?
No, I hate hearing about it, but I really like my my test thing because
Okay.
it is 100%. Like I don't think I'm 100% smarter than the population. I think I'm intelligent, but like you said,
Sure.
any being
Yeah,
on
yeah,
this
yeah,
planet
yeah.
can be intelligent and
Yes.
can be dumb to any subject.
Well, and it matters in the context. Like there's a lot of shit that you know way more than I do,
Yeah,
but I still feel like there's shit that I know more than you.
and to me, like that's the
And it's with
benefit of
every
non-
single person that I have an interaction with is at the same level, where there might be stuff that
to
I know
deny
more
that
about.
magic exists is like
Is
is a
stupidity.
insult, yeah.
Stupidity itself.
With that said, I do like this test because I didn't have to take a test. They just studied my data. So like it's an intelligent test based off of my interactions for years on Facebook without me knowing they would be able to study that.
I still
So they
would
analyzed
like
every
to see.
they analyzed every post I made, every like I had, and every interaction
and
I had.
not to devalue that like, but I would still take it with a grain of salt.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But so when I got like the infographics, like
Yeah.
you were 100%
Yeah,
smarter,
yeah.
like I was an asshole, and I emailed the guy, and like the guy running the study, which is a big data.
Analyst and
Not just like he's like leading in this field of big data
Sure.
collection.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, I mean, if you quantify humans, at some point you can start to understand them.
Yeah. I mean, you can.
You know, and so
It's
By no
collection
means
of
am I
energy
saying I'm
and
smarter
information.
than other humans, but in that data point that he collected,
Yeah.
I had used the tool of Facebook so well that it deemed me that over my peers that
Sure.
barely interacted with the device and would have been then a lower intelligence score, arguably, because they didn't use it.
I'd still be interested to know the intricacies of like what information was being
Apply-
calculated and weighted.
Go to the website right now, you gotta research it.
I don't know how much my phone's gonna last.
You gotta look. Apply magic sauce or apply applesauce,
called?
Cambridge.
What's it called?
It's from Cambridge University, but it's called like apply magic sauce or apply applesauce. And it was basically just like studying data. You come up? It's an old thing. Cambridge Analytica kind of shut it all down. It was a while back. But I just think it's a very funny thing. You tell someone they're smart, what does it do to them?
Apply magic sauce.
Yep.
Apply magic sauce. University of Cambridge. Psychometrics.
This is also limited. It's limited in what it can claim to do right now because of the lack of access to data.
So it's a basis of perception.
Mm-hmm. They'd also read content that you post in the original. They could also guess your age.
What's my age again? What's my age again?
Actually, I mean,
I feel like even the stuff on this page, the way it's orientated, it even is a test in itself. Like, I'm literally being tested on the usage of how to access it to begin with.
well, so
They
this-
could just be having the prior knowledge
well,
of what it is.
well,
but
this is
still.
what I'm saying though. Is right now is like prior to Cambridge Analytica, the fallout of the Trump campaign, because they stole, like they used that data without permission.
Yeah.
So like it was like a big scandal. Facebook pulled. So before that, you could actually just put your Facebook profile into this site, and it would pull everything without having to go get your own data for it. So this is like the after Facebook cut off the
thing is, like, I don't.
metrics.
I only have Facebook, so like I don't like it's not a whole lot of data to collect. I feel like
Once
it's not
again,
enough
For
for
sure.
them to get an accurate representation of it.
For
But,
sure.
and
No,
I
there's
think
going
it's-
to be
I
outliers,
think it's
which
absolutely
would make you an outlier because
fascinating.
you didn't fill out your Facebook all the way. But imagine if you did. Like, imagine you filled out your Facebook with the same
wouldn't that be
integrity you
invaluable?
did
Wouldn't that be
with the
incorporated into like the score itself? 'Cause isn't that a personality trait of how it's being influenced? The what's filled out, how much the interaction that they're doing,
So at
or
one
is it
point
purely based upon
though, so they had
interaction?
like they had so one was like they could do it off of three things. One was just likes. So just
Yeah.
like you as a Facebook user, what was your likes, like the pages you liked.
Okay.
You know, and it would even like tell you why you scored high in certain things based off the likes. Like if you liked Obama versus if you liked parrots. You know, like it just had like a different.
It's,
I don't know,
no, it was.
but
I just like the comparison. Yeah, no, that was good.
but it also went off of your posts and it read what you wrote and it judged you based off the
Sure.
words you were saying.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So like I scored 100%.
The complexity of vocabulary and proper usage and spelling and punctuation and grammar.
I scored
yes.
100% off of my posts and then off of the rest of my Facebook data as
Yeah.
separate. Like you could test it
Yeah.
individually. So I don't know. It's just weird. But also
No,
I
it's cool.
overused my Facebook. I've used it for profit for a long time.
Sure.
I've like networked through Facebook.
Yeah, yeah. You've utilized a lot of aspects of.
So it's not like it'd be crazy that you would give me a high score, but just that concept of
No,
you're
I
just
think
some
it's.
Joe Schmo. You take a test that you don't have to submit answers to,
Yeah.
and then it's like, hey, let me calculate how smart we.
Well, and
perceive you are.
I think was there any sort of like fill out form after you
You don't have to
submitted
fill out
data?
anything.
No, but even like were there any questions about like after you took it, right?
There is nothing except for this because I emailed them because I'm a piece of shit. Now you're gonna read my email.
Why are you a piece of shit for emailing him?
So it's just to prove to my friends that I got this score. Hey, Siri, can you open Gmail for me? Hey Siri, open Gmail. So I can try something nicely.
But even see an interaction like that of how you interact with your iPhone or how you interact with Siri.
I don't know if you noticed me flipping it over because only the corner of my top screen works.
I know I saw that on the left part of your screen.
Yeah,
It's
so
got
that's
the,
why I have
yeah.
to interact with Siri. I
right
normally
part of
never
your
did,
screen. Okay.
but I have to just to get
Gotcha.
to it.
But still, no. I'm talking about the words and tone that you use to communicate. Like there is a level of emotional IQ that is tied into like it just regular IQ. What part do I have to do?
You can just, this is my email correspondence with that's there's like a guy from Stanford and a guy from Cambridge that responded to it, and I just thought it was funny. Just
Telethon's really put me through the ringer.
it's tested my faith in a lot of things.
Oh, okay. So it's standardized testing. So your profile took a standardized test, and it based upon that information and compared it to 39,000 people that then themselves individually took a test, and that test was then corresponded to their social media, and your social media was compared to theirs, and it was then overdrawn, and whatever they did.
There were data sets that
Yes.
they picked.
Yeah.
But this guy is also like
That does clear up the
how they did this.
Yeah.
This Michael guy.
The
So like I got the email that you just responded, and then this guy is the one that like he like chimed in after they already explained it to me, and I thought he's like the guy that was running it, and it's just funny that his like ego is like, I'm gonna explain this to this idiot.
Yeah.
Like they obviously already helped me in my dumb question, but
Vaseline was a woman. Let a man explain this to you.
and he's like if you go to his website, he had to write an article like claiming that he was not a part of the controversy of the data theft.
Oh, okay.
Because it's he's
Sure.
The thing that people underestimate, understate, whatever.
You're really good at makeup.
Thank you, Mike.
That looks pretty good.
Thank you. Especially for doing this in the shit lighting I'm doing this in.
and the amount of sleep.
Yeah, no sleep.
That's just.
Till Brooklyn. And honestly, some of my tools aren't here, but listen, man. The thing that people don't understand about making a good bruise. Gotta use a lot of green. Gotta use a lot of green.
Gotta use a lot of knuckle.
Gotta use a lot of knuckles or a knuckle sandwich, my guy. This is how I look. You should see the other fucking thing.
Gotta use it all.
I don't start fights, but I'll fucking finish them. Hopefully we can just hug it out, but it's not. Oh, man. Good thing I have anything to fight for, man. Just fighting me through the telethon.
I was kind of let down by a lot in this telethon. But, it's not what the universe does to you, it's how you react to it, right?
But
It's not the hand that's dealt, it's how you play the cards.
there you go.
Doesn't matter if you play the cards good, though.
Sometimes
Yeah,
I'm
because
running,
somebody
so
else has a
running.
way better hand.
Well, I've been trying to, I'm not saying, I can
Hey,
tell you
yo,
were a little rocky on poker coming back in, you know your stuff, but at the same time, you're like,
I was just.
you're not like a card shark coming in or anything.
Well, and we weren't. It was nothing serious.
I've been
to
trying
me,
to
so
teach
I was
Brennan
just-
how to play serious cards,
Yeah. Brennan's got a really great betting style.
Well, if you pay attention, he's in every single hand. It's
He likes
very
it.
rare he folds,
Yeah.
and unfortunately for him, he keeps winning with nothing.
Yeah.
And that's a real. I was like, man, you don't. it's good to win. I'm not trying to take away from your win,
but
if
he's won
you win,
so often on that lucky last card.
Well, yeah, and like we played a couple 1-on-1s, and he played good against me too.
Yeah.
Like he understood the concept he was
Yeah.
going for. But then other times, I would bet really big, and he's like, "Oh, I called because I didn't think you had anything," but he had nothing either.
Yeah.
But he would turn and river something. I'm like, "Well,
Why would you do that?
like you didn't have anything."
No.
You did get something, so I'm not mad that you did that, but
But
you
still-
didn't do it the right way. And if you think that that's the right
You
way,
weren't
and you go
doing.
through
Yeah, you
life,
weren't being smart about it.
that's the only reason I was trying to like insist on the big blinds.
Sure.
Like when you guys were trying to change, like you could change it, but since he doesn't even understand it yet, like why would
Fair.
we take
We were,
it
I,
away?
like, we were
And
just.
you're like, let's make it last longer by lowering. I was like, guys, you're gonna go all in every two hands. It seems.
Yeah,
so it
so
didn't
it's
matter.
still like that way. There's no like, if you want the option, you just like fuck off. It's like yeah.
That's always the third, because heads up, you're automatically always in.
Yeah.
But if there's three people playing, the dealer doesn't have to buy in at all.
Okay.
We can fold.
That-
But same.
Well, and like but yeah, I was
It didn't matter.
I was just throwing loose change around, man.
I wanted to make it. I feel
They
like
all equal one, no matter what.
Yeah.
when you make people pay for money, they don't throw it around as easily.
No,
and that
no,
matters
no,
more.
yes,
And that's where Brennan arguably he's like the lowest he would play for is $5, so he's not gonna go out of his way to.
Try and lose that.
Well, he's not gonna go out of his way when we're playing a free game to like think that money matters. Whereas like I played a poker hand over hundreds of dollars,
Yeah.
so like I have a little bit more respect to what the
What you're
long
doing,
game
yeah.
of poker.
Well, and even for me, like I don't think I would play a game of poker for $100. Like when I like if I
Well, there's different ways of playing poker too. There's cash table and there's tournament. So like a tournament, you can put $20 in and win 10,000.
Sure.
You know,
well,
versus cash game though. If you sit down with
And you're
$100,
collecting that
you
ca-
can
you
you can walk away
yeah.
with just $20 profit
Yeah.
whenever you want.
but it's kind of just like my view on money in general and like gambling is to me it's entertainment.
So
Right,
gambling
so
though
I
isn't necessarily.
but essentially
Poker's not just gambling though.
I am
probably.
I am purchasing entertainment. So that $20 buy-in to play poker is just me paying $20 to do something.
That's how I avoid a gambling addiction. Like if I go into a casino
Yeah,
with
I go in with the mindset of
with
I'm
$300
spending this money.
Right. Well,
Not-
if I go in with $300, I assume that $300 is gone, and
Yes.
I'm spending $300 to have a good night.
Yes,
And if I triple that, then
it was
it's
a great night.
benefit.
Yeah.
But if I lost it,
I spent
I
$300.
got a free pop at the casino. And
Yeah,
it's fun.
yeah. That
What about
and like
casinos?
even with like playing poker,
Yeah,
I still think of it in that same mindset and aspect.
See, I think
to
that
me, it's still-
poker
it's still-
is a skill set game versus
Yes.
not. Like you're gambling way less.
Yes.
And you could grind at poker and never actually. It could just be a job.
Yeah.
So, but whereas blackjack, that is gambling still. Like so, in that sense of like, there is a more playfulness with other types of gambling, but when it comes to poker, that is a skill set game that you could constantly just make a job out
It
of.
is playing a game for money.
Yeah.
Yes, it's playing a game with money stakes, monetary stakes. Sure. I get the distinction. We're really killing it. Look at all these people.
Yeah, how's the chat doing?
Just about another room.
What's up with that in the other room?
You think we're actually coming in on the mic, like, clearly?
Yeah. Well, you can see right there that green.
Yeah, well,
So hello. I can
Yeah.
get to that yellow peaking, and that's like past that you don't really want to.
Okay.
So we're actually good on the mic, but when like we were screaming and
Yeah,
stuff,
it definitely
arguably that would be clipping.
Yeah.
But what audio nerd's gonna be like? Oh fuck these kids! They're playing on.
I just, like,
oh,
but
wait,
I'm
Ben,
not,
sorry, that's the.
I'm not an audio nerd, so like I
I
see that it's moving and I see that it's picking up. I just don't like because I'm not hearing on the other end and haven't heard anything on the other end. I don't actually know.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah, I
I
had-
could have fixed
When we
things.
did Whiskey Wednesday, we kind of like got in the habit of just leaving my computer up, and that would be like the audio
Sure.
tester.
Yes.
But I mean, it is one of those, you know, to run a show like a telethon like this, we should have a crew of like 5 or 6 people doing everything,
Sure.
and
We did it all.
Some production value.
Look at us.
Some organization.
Making things happen. Making things happen. Making money moves. You know.
It's only 4:30. I feel like that last hour was like 3 hours long.
Listen,
I
man.
mean, I know it wasn't, but
I'm not gonna lie, at the beginning of this, I overdid my relaxation, and I was like worried I wasn't gonna be able to pull through. I was like, oh man, this feels too strong. I didn't expect it to be this
right,
strong.
well,
I
yeah.
thought it was gonna be barely anything, and then all of a sudden I'm remembering like
the delicious frosting.
that whoever gave it to me was like, oh, this is my really good stuff, and I forgot about it. And anyways, long story short, I was worried, and then I felt like I lost the telethon at some point. Like it became a like half party for us at some point.
I mean, it was a get together.
Yeah, but it
It was a
wasn't like because there was like a structure of the telethon. Like I felt bad for Haley because she was trying to hold on to it dearly, and between the drama
Well,
and
and
everything else, it just collapsed.
I kept trying to like make sure like things were still like being put on screen and there was still content being viewed.
I feel
It
bad.
was great. It's been
Should
great.
we move the camera up? Or
No,
is
I
this just
actually,
something
well,
back
every
to
now
the
and
side?
then Haley moves and
And you can see the reflection of- yeah, yeah,
face
yeah.
in it.
I was
With that
trying
said-
to represent how I feel.
Last year we had
A lot more
6
help.
or 7 tired people at this stage, and it was like a stretch, but it was fun.
When I feel like 6 or 7 tired people at like in this sort of
At
We
least
were
hour.
on
one.
playing Catan, like we started playing Catan at that point.
Again.
But it's still I still feel like it's more draining because then you have a few people interacting and maybe one person kind of like laying back and you slowly knock out those people because then you get less interactions and you
Yeah.
kind of just get slowly weaving out those people. 'cause
People's
you
energy
slowly
can also come, like because like
bounce
kids
off.
coming
Yes,
and leaving.
yes,
You know,
yes,
if everyone were to come here and then leave at the same time, it'd give us a negative.
Good thing about being an introvert, I produce my own energy.
I don't know what I am. Actually, that test told me
I'm an omnivore.
I am a
I'm an
the
omnivore.
Carl Biggs or whatever
Yeah,
person
the
that-
Myers Briggs.
I'm a
Myers 50 acres.
I am what Leonardo DiCaprio is. That's how I associate it with that. It's a letter of
Yeah,
letters.
so
I
it's
never-
introvert, extrovert. It is.
They have like roles though, like that they claim. Like
Oh.
I'm-
Yes. Yeah. So I'm trying to. F and J is feeling and justice.
Mine is like the
And then it's T and N is intuition and. N is intuition. F and J. F is feeling. J is justice. N is intuition.
P is not for P. It's for pterodactyl.
I can't remember. I is introvert. E is extrovert. N is doesn't start with not an N word. Oh no wait, I'm getting all jumbled up.
yeah, that's fair. I'm not gonna be able to recount.
Yeah, it's
Either way,
yeah.
I got some of my letters, but I don't think I'm a. I think I'm a.
That was mine.
I'm bipolar, So I can be both.
Hey,
I
manic
feel like
tendencies.
I can go from my manicness is kind of what you're meeting now. Like this is my manic,
Okay.
and then not fully. I'm a little bit more manic than this at times, but more confident. Like
More,
my
you mean
normal
more
baseline.
neurotic?
More like
I'm thinking ocean.
Well, I feel like my switch to the low is where like my bipolar like really fucks me up
Sure.
more,
Yeah.
and like I've always been good at managing my manic behaviors. I've not been good at managing.
That's why I romanticize my
that
manic
jump down.
behaviors because I can manage them easier.
I'm better at the depression. So like when I feel when I feel like the waves and stuff like that, I will purposely put myself into situations that I'm more for environment and for comfortability of handling itself.
Now is
Given
that, now do you think
environment
you're
mindset.
better at the depression because you create your own energy?
Yeah, because it caused me to go inside myself, and that's a little bit more like internalization. It's a little bit more what I'm more comfortable with, and like I like to think that I do a lot of like internalizing and self-reflection and kind of like viewing that aspect. And like I have a fascination with people, so I always like to think about interactions that I have, and in two different aspects of one, the interaction from my point of view, and second, the interaction from the other point of view. So not necessarily am I just thinking about my own emotions and my own kind of like how I was perceived or how I was perceiving somebody else, but also from someone else's standpoint of what they were experiencing during this interaction, of how they were perceiving me coming off in this engagement or in this interaction, and the emotions that they were feeling during that. And I like to think about that and like kind of like truly think about it.
So to sidestep on that.
Yeah.
My-
I love sidebar conversations. Segues are weird, man.
Well, it's like the inspiration into the thought.
Yeah.
Right.
Love it.
But like my depression, I would say, going into those lows, I said segue and I started thinking about that fucker.
No,
right
I
off
said
the cliff
segue. I
again.
said segue.
Either
Sorry.
way, my like
Yeah.
the
that's-
idea I was actually gonna
Segues
say
are weird.
Yeah.
top it off.
I got
and
a great at ADD as well.
wait, what was the thing you just said so I could respark that?
Okay, so we originally were talking
Just
about
like-
why I'm comfortable with going for the depression aspect, and
Oh, wait,
I was
yeah,
adding
I'm back.
on because okay.
So when I'm depressed,
I'm
I often remove myself from the equation completely, and only view
Association.
I only view like a problem that I would argue almost doesn't even benefit me. Like I'm like chewing on something to distract myself, but like I'm not involving myself in the equation. So I'm using empathy to see from the other side of
Even
it,
actually physically chewing or like molding something over.
molding something
Okay,
over.
okay.
Like so.
I get the phrasing. It just
Yeah.
wasn't like I wasn't sure if like a physical actual like
no actual chewing. But like I will like because I'm suicidally depressed at the time, I'm like, and I'm taking it in that situation. I actually remove myself completely from it, and then I'll view it with empathy from both like different sides, just minus my own
yeah.
thought process on it. And I feel like that's always given me a heightened sense of like understanding the world because I can see it without my ego attached to it. Versus like as a depressed person, I've viewed the world from a lens often with myself removed.
Yeah.
Versus, someone who always sees himself at the head of the table that needs that ego to
that
that
validation
grip on reality.
Sure.
Whereas if I wasn't chemically imbalanced, I might need that too, but since I've destroyed my own psyche so often, I've done ego death before I ever touched psychedelics.
Sure.
I never even did drugs because I was afraid of.
I don't think completely relinquishing ego is good.
No, it's a tool.
Yeah.
It's a tool that can be used correctly. It's perfect for what it's constructed for,
Yes.
but it just like anxiety is a tool. You can have anxiety
Mhm.
run rampant through your programs, as they say.
And to me, I think of like it's all part of like the human experience, which whatever you want to call the human experience, right? So it's like I even though those emotions really do suck, I really embrace them. And I don't want to say like I welcome them with open arms, but I welcome them and I open up to that feeling and really try to feel it rather than trying to hide it. Because so long in my past and history have I really just kind of like tried to block it out and just like ignored it like, oh, this doesn't exist. But I found, for me at least, what
doesn't exist?
like thoughts, depression, anxiety, the emotions that I feel, just kind of trying to block them out and pretending like they don't actually exist and aren't actually real, aren't actually there. But rather than kind of just like pushing them to the side, I've really kind of said, okay, no, you are part of this existence. You are part of my experience, and rather than saying move aside, I say, okay, we can do this together. And
sure.
Having an understanding of what they are and what they mean to me has helped me move forward.
For sure, and like I would say, like good
Context.
coping mechanisms is like the key to good mental health,
Yeah,
right? Like
yeah.
I would say that
And knowing my own brain chemistry, I feel like has helped me a lot as well.
I started off not knowing myself that well. Like I had major anxiety disorder, right? Like with my bipolar and stuff, but like undiagnosed, I couldn't comprehend that I had anxiety. I thought my level of fear was normal.
Well, and
until
and especially my parents have always ingrained like, oh, everybody has it. Oh, it's you.
Yeah.
Oh, like it's fine. Everybody has.
But until I had that like objective look at it from, you know, I was like, okay, actually now this makes sense. The reason I
I'm in
couldn't,
the fetal position on the floor.
the
This
reason
is
I
not
never
normal.
took a sip of alcohol with the rest of my friends is that I suffered so much anxiety I couldn't even physically do it,
Yes.
even if I wanted to. So I just shied away from
Yeah.
it. But then once I learned about the anxiety and I learned good coping mechanisms and I applied those mechanisms over and over again, I felt like I got a better grip. But I have noticed that my mental illness evolves with me and will create different.
It's who you are.
I have like weird quirks. Like I don't save any phone number in my phone. Like you can ask.
I kind of do.
Or
I
like,
have to pee. Hold on.
like
Not to
Haley and
I
Yvette
gotta
are
pee.
saved in my phone, and that's about it.
I have to pee. Oh my gosh.
Outfit change.
Huh?
Outfit change.
I like that.
Great.
Thanks. I don't really know what's going on with this top combo that I got. The whites don't match, but it don't matter.
It has very Harley Quinn vibes. Not to just reduce it
Pigeonhole
down
me
to
like
such
that.
I'm just saying, like it has like a cool like circus
Yeah.
vibe ish.
I wish I could find my cat, bro. I brought my hat. I know I did. It might be in Yvette's car. If nothing else, when's the last time I bloodied myself up, you know? I had fun. I hope you viewers had fun.
I feel like the lack of viewers is a little on me.
Oh, I mean, I probably was on me too. Could have been better about it.
Yeah, it's just kind of bums me out a little bit. I thought we were gonna have, because even with Wednesday we have more interactions than we did this entire time, you know.
Well,
But you know what? I'm not gonna be negative about it because
No.
we did it.
we
That's
did
what
it. We're
matters.
still doing it. Look at us go.
The
We
early
are
bird gets the
unstoppable.
24-hour telethon.
The early bird gets the telethon. That's the quote. Apathetic zebra news. News from the future. Not for the future.
We did mess it up every time we did it.
I haven't messed with
I
it.
know.
Not that I'm counting or anything. 6.
I was happy with Brennan too, though.
Huh?
I was happy with Brennan today. Like,
Yeah. I was happy with everybody. I'm glad everyone came out and had a good time. Yeah.
my sister messaging me really messed me up a little bit.
I mean, that's understandable, especially given certain circumstances.
honestly, it does set me up for what I want to get done this year, and kind of proves like, as much as I might want get grandiose in my thoughts of what I want to do, I should just keep my my circle small and just do the art that the people are gonna do.
This was art.
Yeah,
One part.
I've often been a big fan of creating spaces that create things.
Yeah. Yeah. See, look, the art I'm better at is engagements. Like reading, like I don't know. My art is just living.
I feel like you like a lot of art that has a lot of depth and
Yes. Oh yeah.
depth and I would say almost like
Science.
like you said, engaging. Like it's almost it's the art is to get you to go farther down the rabbit hole of whatever subject.
Yeah.
I am an anarchist artist though, and I say don't go down the hole.
Look at this hole instead. And then don't go down that hole, but look at that hole
And then
instead.
sign up for a Patreon I never post on because I have anxiety.
And then look at this. It's not even a rabbit hole. It's a pigeonhole. Then look at this. I'm throwing all these darts at this board. We're going to use that pigeonhole to determine the space that the average dart will lie. Or like the space in between each dart. Average.
Don't pigeonhole me like that.
Huh?
I said don't pigeonhole me like that.
Not pigeonholing you, just the darts. If you had 30 pigeonholes and 31 pigeons, you know that at least one of those pigeonholes will have 2 pigeons. That's pigeonhole theory. But it's not really theory, that's what pigeonhole is.
Were two planes coming back that made it like that, like
Yeah, the anti, yeah. So they were reinforcing the places where the bullets weren't, because the ones where the bullets were still making it back. So the planes that did make it where the bullet holes were, well, were not.
yeah. I'm with you on that. We should have started this at 4 o'clock.
Should have started at 4:42.
I just did a long intro.
We'll know next time.
Long intros, like Tool.
Long intro save lives.
Intro save lives.
Long intro.
Let me introduce you. My fish. I think we peaked at like 6 viewers.
Yeah. Honestly,
I still enjoy myself.
that's
We made our donation goal.
yeah. There's a large amount of things actively trying to prevent this from just happening in general. And I feel like the fact that we just came and did it.
We didn't say no for an answer.
Yeah.
But also, with most of our videos, or like our Whiskey Wednesdays when we do them, we get like lesser, like,
You get more
actual-
interaction after than
And it just depends too, like if it's, you know, if they think it's just a podcast, they might not tune in, but if it's 6 people standing there in a weird frame, they might like, oh, what's this?
Oh. Are you gonna break it down into segments? And kind of just
I'm probably just gonna do just highlights of it. I mean, we, as much as we trooped through this, we didn't do half of what we were aiming to do.
yeah. There's definitely some areas of some dry content.
Well, and there was a point too where I was just gonna put the camera on the fucking fish tank
Well, I mean, last year,
I mean, that wouldn't have
you
been a
guys played
terrible idea.
COD for a couple hours while I went to go get more supplies.
Yeah. Yeah, and we.
But I'm sure that got.
One of the mistakes I did this year, and to be honest, I just really like Settlers of Catan. I wish we would have played that later. That was my like dumb idea to kick us off, just to like get us not to think about the telethon for a little bit. But as
I'm
much
gonna
as that,
steal your flip flops to go see if my hat is in the best spot.
that's fine. I wish that we would have done like more.
Well, I was trying to let you end it early.
I know.
I was giving that out.
Brandon and I are pretty competitive on Catan, so I don't like.
Yeah, just yeah, I get you. No, I understood. I wasn't fighting with it. Yeah.
And at some point though, if you play Catan right, the reason I like that game is if I try and educate everyone I'm playing with to play good strategy,
Yeah.
and then it is just that last turn
Where you can
could
get
win.
yes.
And it's
I like my
That's
like
my
I got fucked real early, real
too.
hard, real fast.
Yep, me too. I mean, Brandon placing where he placed had no merit. Like he didn't need all wheat. Like he lowered all other.
Well, that's what my second settlement.
Like the same thing that you
This-
did,
my-
with just all rocks.
Yeah, but because it was all right there, and there was some decent numbers on it. There was a 6 and 2 9s,
Yep.
and then there was the ore port right there. So
What I
like,
do is
yeah.
when I go in place like that is I actually just put it right on the port.
I know,
And then
but like
branch
I
out,
like that
because
extra
way
early
I don't like someone
resources.
being able to
Block
steal.
it, yeah.
And then you also have the port instantly, so you can just
Do it.
and you don't have to trade with people.
I like to avoid doing that if I don't have to.
I don't like to trade with people.
No, I meant like putting my settlement directly on the port right
Well,
off the bat.
statistically, it's horrible.
Yeah.
You're losing numbers.
Yeah, because you're
but,
not gonna get that roll.
But it's because like Brennan has a knack for like just like where he posted his person. Like one, I think he put it there because he knew he saw me going for that longer
Sure,
road, and he's like, oh, there's a weed I want, but he didn't calculate like any other resource. There was like 2 actual bigger numbers open, but he just plopped it there without judgment or concern.
Did it?
And you can't like to fight against that. You just have to protect, So when I play against him, I often put more on the port first, just so he can't fuck me over.
Sure, yeah. Because that's his strategy. Isn't to go. He's not playing.
It's like
Pool, against the board
and
game.
then putting the
He's
people
like
in between the.
he's playing against you, and he's going after you, not trying to win the game itself.
Well, if he goes after me well enough, he'll win the game.
Right. Yes. But that's his strategy going in is.
Stay up. But man, it doesn't feel like 4:50,
No.
and I have like a lost.
I can't believe it's Saturday.
God, I have to edit so many extra things. Once I fall asleep and wake up, I'll be right back in 2 seconds.
Have fun. I don't want it to be Saturday. It was so cool when it was like Friday
Right.
at 9 p.m.
Right. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't ask for it, but you got it. Another outfit change.
Beetlejuice. Heath bar.
Peace. Pleasure. Trippy, bro.
Movie camera.
So as you can see, this telethon's really done a number on me.
I have to get real close. Really let them see it.
Close person. Man, it's been rough.
Woof.
It's been a rough 24 hours.
Woof.
Been doing our best. Thanks to everybody who came in. Thanks to everyone who called in. got some hours. So still be here. Who knows? It'll probably just get worse from here. Honestly, for me, it's not looking too good. Not looking like things are shaping up to be good. For me, next couple. I'm just rambling now. I haven't slept in so long.
I'm on a roller coaster.
Lucas is on a roller coaster.
It ended. Welcome back, riders. How was that ride?
Please keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle. That was me.
I am the vehicle.
I am the vehicle. Keep your arms inside of yourself.
Okay. All right. Don't tell me what a good time.
Oh god.
Oh God. Oh God.
Okay.
Oh God.
We did a photo shoot tonight. This morning, rather. I look like a gremlin in all of them.
It was 8 hours ago. 9 hours ago.
Time just doesn't even feel like it's a thing.
No, it doesn't feel like Saturday.
What is this Saturday? What is this day you speak?
It's named after Saturn,
Oh,
the god of gods.
today's a full moon.
Is it?
Yeah.
You usually only see that in my mirror. Butt cheeks.
Butt cheeks.
But cheeks. Almost only counts with horseshoes and hand grenades.
I look hand grenade.
Or what?
Huh? I said I look a hand grenade.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Look, this candy.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Yeah, golly gee willikers, what else can we do for you folks? I guess I could read more of Slaughterhouse 5.
I'm not gonna say no.
I'm really saying that selfishly because we're very close to the end.
3 chapters left.
2 or 3.
A short one and two.
Yeah,
A
2.
short one, a medium one, and a long one.
Yeah, I think so. A meaty one.
Real hefty one.
Mm-hmm.
Hefty.
I really wish I had a cigarette, but I don't.
Can't help it. I think I saw one on the ground over there. Partially
There's
smoked.
might be one on the fucking ledge out there, you know? I don't want to leave the dead camera with dead air.
Oh, what, you're
But-
saying I'm dead air?
No, I was gonna invite you out.
Oh,
You don't have to. I'm just gonna send an invite.
real comfy.
That's totally
Thank
fair,
you.
man. Feels rude.
I appreciate it, thank you.
I care about you.
I care about you too.
Is that your alarm?
No.
Who's calling you?
Sirius XM.
Leave the camera. It can be dead air. It don't matter.
Well, it ain't gonna be that air. Lucas gonna be here.
I'm just gonna sit here. Where you going?
For what duration?
I was just going out for a cigarette that I think I saw on the ledge out there.
Okay.
I'll be in here with you then.
Yeah.
When I'm done, I was thinking
yeah.
that I could read more of Slaughterhouse 5 to you because we're very close to the
I
end.
would like to finish
And
it.
fuck it, we're like, what else are we doing, you know? Really, this is for us at this point, so.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just our vanity closing this out, which I'm cool with.
So
Just
what?
to say our vanity, just to say, oh, what did you do this weekend? I did 24 hours.
Yeah, at this point it's like, no, 24 hours.
Like I wanted to kill this.
I know, I was,
I
you know,
wanted to kill this 8
part of
hours.
me really wanted to be like, you know what, we can just end this, right? Like, does it have to be full 24 hours?
Do it at 20 hours.
Does it have to be full 20?
You're almost there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and also, there was a point where I called Haley. I was like, "Hey, man, you know, it's things for this didn't pan out the way I wanted them, and no, they're not panning out the way you like. You want to cancel this, or you want to do this?" And she's like,
"Oh, what is that? What's going on?"
"She was like, I want."
That's
Oh,
focus.
it's because of the light.
Oh,
Because the light was
right there, casting shadow.
it was interfering with the ability to pull focus. But either way, Haley like.
I can't tell you many things, but I can tell you that the cigarette's been out there a long time. It does taste like absolute asshole. So I'm done with that little endeavor.
So you know what asshole tastes like?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I don't. Well, I've never gone full blown like ton punching the fart box. But like I know what butt skin tastes like.
Wait, you know what butt skins?
Littering and smoking litter.
I really liked my drawing earlier on that folder.
Can I see it?
That was good for you.
No. Good. Were you going for anything in particular? Should I be looking for something?
Nope, there's no. This is a spell I casted. But it represents my emotions of the night.
Did you feel caged in and confused?
There were times.
Yeah. I mean, I do feel like, aren't we all in a cage somehow?
The proverbial like-
rat in a cage.
Alright, so as is tradition, we start with the last paragraph of the last chapter, just as a refresher. So, there was a big number over the door of the building. The number was 5. Before the Americans could go inside, their only English-speaking guard told them to memorize their simple address in case they got lost in the big city. Their address was this: Schlachthof Funk. Schlachthof meant slaughterhouse. Funk was below 5. Billy Pilgrim got onto a chartered airplane in Ilium 25 years after that. He knew it was going to crash, but he didn't want to make a fool of himself by saying so. It was supposed to carry Billy and 28 other optometrists to a convention in Montreal. His wife, Valencia, was outside. His father-in-law, Lionel Merble, was strapped to the seat beside him. Lionel Merble was a machine. Tralfamadorians, of course, say that every creature in the planet and the universe is a machine. It amuses them that so many Earthlings are offended by the idea of being machines. Outside the plane, the machine, named Valencia Merble Pilgrim, was eating a Peter Paul Mound bar while waving bye-bye. The plane took off without incident. The moment was structured that way. There was a barbershop quartet on board. They were optometrists too. They called themselves the Bebs, which was an acronym for Four-Eyed Bastards. When the plane was safely aloft, the machine that Billy's father-in-law was asked the quartet to sing his favorite song. They knew what song he meant, and they sang it, and it went like this. In my prison cell I sit, with my britches full of shit, and my balls are bouncing gently on the floor, and I see the bloody snag when she bit me in the bag. Oh, I'll never fuck a Pollock anymore. Billy's father-in-law laughed and laughed at that, and he begged the quartet to sing another Polish song he liked so much. They sang a song from the Pennsylvania coal mines that began, Me and Mike, we work in mine. Holy shit, we have good time. Once a week we get our pay. Holy shit, we work, no work next day. Speaking of people from Poland, Billy Pilgrim accidentally saw a Pole hanged in public about 3 days after Billy got to Dresden. Billy just happened to be walking to work with some others shortly after sunrise, and they came to the gallows. A small crowd in front of a soccer stadium. The Pole was a farm laborer who was being hanged for having sexual intercourse with a German woman. So it goes.
Yeah.
Billy, knowing the plane was going to crash pretty soon, closed his eyes, traveled in time back to 1944. He was back in the forest in Luxembourg again, with the 3 musketeers for tears. Ronald Weary was shaking him,
Keep the change.
bonking his head against a tree. You guys go on without me, said Billy Pilgrim. The barbershop quartet in the airplane was singing Wait Till the Sun Shines Nellie when the plane smacked into the top of a sugar bush mountain in Vermont. Everyone was killed but Billy and the co-pilot. So it goes. People who first got to the crash scene were young Austrian ski instructors from the famous ski resort below. They spoke to each other in German as they went from body to body. They wore black wind masks with 2 holes for their eyes and a red top knot. They looked like gollywogs, little white people pretending to be black for the laughs they could get. Billy had a fractured skull, but he was still conscious. He didn't know where he was. His lips were working. One of the gillywogs put his ear close to them and to hear what might be his dying words. Billy thought he had something to say to him. Billy thought he had something to do with World War II, and he whispered his address. Billy was brought down to Sugarbush Mountain on a toboggan. The gollywogs controlled it with ropes. They yodeled melodiously for right of way. Near the bottom, the trail swooped during the pylons of the chairlift. Billy looked up at the young people in the bright elastic clothing and enormous no clothes on. Wait, hold on. That doesn't make any sense. Haha, missed page.
I was gonna say.
Billy looked up at all the young people in bright elastic clothing and the enormous boots and goggles, bombed out of their skulls with snow, swinging through the sky in yellow chairs. He supposed that they were part of an amazing new phase of World War II. It was alright with him. Everything was pretty much alright with Billy. He was taken to a small private hospital. A famous brain surgeon came up from Boston and operated on him for 3 hours. Billy was unconscious for 2 days after that, and he dreamed of millions of things, some of them true. The true things were time travel. One of the true things was his first evening in the slaughterhouse. He and poor old Edgar Derby were pushing an empty 2-wheeled cart down a dirt lane between empty pens for animals. They were going to communal kitchen for a supper for all. They were guarded by a 16-year-old German named Werner Gluck. The axles of the cart were greased with fat of dead animals. So it goes. The sun had just gone down and its afterglow was a backlighting in the city, which formed low cliffs around the bucolic void to the idle stockyards. The city was blacked out because the bombers might come, so Billy didn't get to see Dresden do one of the most cheerful things the city is capable of doing when the sun goes down, which is wink its lights on one by one. There was a broad river to reflect those lights, which would have made their nightmare winkings very pretty indeed. Or nighttime winkings, not nightmare. Oops. Nighttime winkings, very pretty indeed. It was the Elbe. Werner Gluck, the young guard, was a Dresden boy. He had never been to the slaughterhouse before, so he wasn't sure where the kitchen was. He was tall and weak like Billy. Might have been a younger brother of his. They were, in fact, distant cousins, something they never found out. Gluck was armed with an incredibly heavy musket, a single-shot museum piece with an octagonal barrel and a smooth bore. He had fixed his bayonet. It was like a long knitting needle. It had no blood gutters. Gluck led the way to the building that he thought might contain the kitchen, and he opened the sliding door at its side. This wasn't a kitchen there, though. There was a dressing room adjacent to a communal shower, and there was a lot of steam. In the steam were about 30 teenage girls with no clothes on. They were German refugees from Breslau, which had been tremendously bombed. They just arrived in Dresden, too. Dresden was jammed with refugees. Those girls were, and all their private parts bare for anybody to see, and there in the doorway were Gluck and Derby and Pilgrim, the childish shoulders, and the poor old high school teacher, and his clown in his toga, silver shoes, staring. The girls screamed. They covered themselves with their hands and turned their backs and so on, and made themselves utterly beautiful. Werner Gluck, who had never seen a naked woman before, closed the door. Billy had never seen one either. It was nothing new to Derby. When the 3 fools found the communal kitchen, whose main job was to make lunch for the workers in the slaughterhouse, everyone had gone home but one woman who had been waiting for them impatiently. She was a war widow, so it goes. She had her hat and coat on. She wanted to go home too, even though there wasn't anybody there. Her white gloves were laid out side by side on the zinc countertop. She had 2 big cans of soup for the Americans. It was simmering over low fires on the gas range. She had stacks of loaves and black bread, too. She asked Gluck if he wasn't awfully young to be in the army. He admitted that he was. She asked Edgar Derby if he wasn't awfully old to be in the army. He said he was. She asked Billy Pilgrim what he was supposed to be. Billy said he didn't know. He was just trying to keep warm. All the real soldiers are dead, she said. It was true. So it goes. Another true thing that Billy saw while he was unconscious in Vermont was the work that he had the others do dressed in during the month before the city was destroyed. They washed windows and swept floors and cleaned lavatories and put jars into boxes and sealed cardboard boxes in a factory that made malt syrup. The syrup is enriched with vitamins and minerals. The syrup was for pregnant women. The syrup tasted like thin honey laced with hickory smoke. Everybody who worked in the factory secretly spooned it all day long. They weren't pregnant, but needed the vitamins and minerals too. Billy didn't spoon syrup on his first day at work, but lots of other Americans did. Billy did spoon it on his second day. There were spoons hidden all over the factory, on rafters and drawers, behind radiators, and so on. They had been hidden in haste by persons who were spooning syrup, who had heard somebody coming. Spooning was a crime. On his second day, Billy was cleaning behind a radiator, and he found a spoon. To his back was a vat of syrup that was cooling. The only other person who would see Billy and his spoon were poor old Edgar Derby, who was washing a window outside. The spoon was a tablespoon. Billy thrust it into the vat, turned around, making a gooey lollipop. He thrust it into his mouth. A moment went by, and then every cell in Billy's body shook him with ravenous gratitude and applause. There were different raps at the factory window. Derby was out there, having seen all. He wanted some syrup too. So Billy made a lollipop for him. He opened the window, stuck the lollipop out into poor old Derby's gaping mouth. A moment passed, and then Derby burst into tears. Billy closed the window and hid the sticky spoon. Somebody was coming. The Americans in the slaughterhouse had a very interesting visitor 2 days before Dresden was destroyed. He was Howard W. Campbell, Jr., an American who had become a Nazi. Campbell was one who had written a monograph about the shabby behavior of American prisoners of war. He wasn't doing more research about prisoners now. He had come to the slaughterhouse to recruit men for a German military unit called the Free American Corps. The Free American Corps. Campbell was the inventor and commander in the unit, which was supposed to fight only on the Russian front. Campbell was an ordinary-looking man, but he was extravagantly costumed in a uniform of his own design. He wore a white 10-gallon hat and black cowboy boots decorated with swastikas and stars. He was sheathed in a blue body stocking, which had yellow stripes running from his armpits to his ankles. His shoulder patch was a silhouette of Abraham Lincoln's profile on a field of pale green. He had a broad armband, which was red, with a blue swastika and a circle of white. He was explaining this armband to the now in the cement block hog barn. Billy Pilgrim had a boiling case of heartburn since he had been spooning malt syrup all day long at work. The heartburn brought tears to his eyes, so that his image of Campbell was distorted by jiggling lenses of salt water. Blue is for the American sky, Campbell was saying. White is for the race that pioneered the continent and drained the swamps and cleared the forests and built the roads and bridges. And red is for the blood of the American patriots, which was shed so gladly in years gone by. Campbell's audience was sleepy. It had worked a hard day at the syrup factory and then had marched a long way home in the cold. It was skinny and hollow-eyed. Its skins were begging to blossom with small sores. So were its mouths and throats and intestines. The malt syrup it spooned at the factory only contained a few of the vitamins and minerals every earthling needs. Campbell offered the Americans food now, steaks and mashed potatoes and gravy and mince pie if they would join the Free American Corps. Once the Russians are defeated, he went on, you will be repatriatized through Switzerland. There was no response. You're going to have to fight the communists sooner or later, said Campbell. Why not give it over with now?
Bless you.
And then
Gesundheit.
Danke.
I realize it is, but sorry.
And And then it developed that Campbell was not going to go unanswered after all. Poor old Derby, the doomed high school teacher, lumbered to his feet for what was probably the finest moment in his life. There are almost no characters in this story and almost no dramatic confrontations because most of the people in it are so sick and so listless, are so much of the listless playthings of enormous forces. One of the main effects of war, after all, is that the people are discouraged from being characters. But old Derby was character now. His stance was that of a punch-drunk fighter. His head was down, his fists were out front, waiting for information and a battle plan. Derby raised his head, called Campbell a snake. He corrected that. He said that snakes couldn't help being snakes, and that Campbell, who could help being what he was something so much lower than a snake, or a rat, or even a blood-filled tick. Campbell smiled. Derby spoke movingly of the American form of government, with freedom and justice and opportunities and fair play for all. He said that there wasn't a man who wouldn't gladly die for these ideals. He spoke of the brotherhood between the American and Russian people, and how those two nations were going to crush the disease of Nazism, and that wanted to infect the entire world. The air raid sirens of Dresden howled mournfully. The Americans and their guards in Campbell took shelter in an echoing meat locker, which was hollowed in a living rock under the slaughterhouse. There was an iron staircase with iron doors at the top and bottom. Down in the locker there were a few cattle and sheep and pigs and horses hanging from the iron hooks. So it goes. The locker had empty hooks for thousands more. It was naturally cool. There was no refrigeration. There was candlelight. The locker was whitewashed and smelled of carbonic acid. There were benches all along the wall. The Americans went to these, brushing away flakes of whitewash before they sat down. Howard W. Campbell Jr. remained standing, like the guards. He talked to the guards in excellent German. He had written many popular German plays and poems in his time, and married a famous German actress named Resi Nord. She was dead now. She had been killed while entertaining troops in the Crimea. So it goes. Nothing happened that night. It was the next night that about 130,000 people in Dresden would die. So it goes. Billy dozed in the meat locker. He found himself engaged again. Word for word, gesture for gesture, in the argument with his daughter, which is where this tale began. "Father," she said, "what are we going to do with you?" And so on. You know who I could just kill?" she asked. "Who could you kill?" said Billy. "That Kilgore Trout." Kilgore Trout was and is a science fiction writer, of course. Billy had not only read dozens of books by Trout, but he had also become Trout's friend, to the extent that anyone can become a friend of Trout, who is a bitter man. Trout lives in a rented basement in Ilium, about 2 miles away from Billy's nice white home. He himself has no idea how many novels he's written, possibly 75 things. Not many of them has made him any money. So Trout keeps body and soul together as circulation man for the Ilium Gazette, manages newspaper delivery boys, bullies, flatters, and cheats the little kids. Billy met him for the first time in 1964. Billy drove his Cadillac down a back alley in Ilium, and he found his way blocked by dozens of boys with their bicycles. A meeting was in progress. The boys were hired by a man with a full beard. He was cowardly and dangerous, and obviously very good at his job. Trout was 62 years old back then. He was telling the kids to get off their dead butts and get their daily customers to subscribe to the fucking Sunday edition too. He said that whoever sold the most Sunday subscriptions during the next 2 months would get a free trip for himself and his parents to Martha's fucking Vineyard for a week. All expenses paid. And so on. One of the newspaper boys actually was a newspaper girl. She was electrified. Trout's paranoid face was terribly familiar to Billy, who had seen it on jackets of so many books. But coming upon the face suddenly in a hometown alley, Billy could not guess why the face was so familiar. Billy thought that maybe he had known this cracked messiah from in Dresden somewhere. Trout certainly looked like a prisoner of war. And then the newspaper girl held up her hand. "Mr. Trout," she said, "if I win, can I take my sister too?" "Hell no," said Kilgore Trout. "You think money grows on trees?" Trout, incidentally, had written a book about a money tree. It had $20 bills for leaves. Its flowers were government bonds. Its fruit was diamonds. It attracted human beings who killed each other around the roots and it made very good fertilizer. So it goes. Billy Pilgrim parked his Cadillac in the alley and waited for the meeting to end. When the meeting broke up, there was still one boy Trout had to deal with. The boy just wanted to quit because the work was so hard and the hours were so long and the pay was so small. And Trout was concerned because if the boy really quit, Trout would have to deliver the boy's route himself until he could find another sucker. "What are you?" said Trout, asking the boy scornfully. "Some kind of gutless wonder?" This, too, is the title of a book by Trout, The Gutless Wonder. It was about a book about a robot who had bad breath, who became popular after his halitosis was cured. But what made the story remarkable, since it was written in 1932, is that it predicted the widespread use of burning jellied gasoline on human beings. It was dropped on them from airplanes. Robots did the dropping. They had no conscience, no circuits, which should allow them to imagine what was happening to all the people on the ground. Trout's leading robot looked very much like a human being, could talk and dance and so on, and go out with girls. And nobody held it against him that he dropped jelly gasoline on the people. But they found his halitosis unforgivable. But then he cleared that up. He was welcomed into the human race. Trout lost his argument with the boy who wanted to quit. He told the boy all about the millionaires who carried papers as boys, and the boy replied, "Yeah, I bet they quit after a week. It's such a royal screwing." And the boy left his full newspaper bag at Trout's feet, the customer book on top. It was up to Trout to deliver these papers. He didn't have a car. He didn't even have a bicycle. He was scared to death of dogs. Somewhere a big dog barked. As Trout lugubriously slung the bag from his shoulder, Billy Pilgrim approached him. "Mr. Trout?" "Yeah." "Are you Kilgore Trout?" "Yes." Trout supposed that Billy had some complaint about the way his newspapers were being delivered. He did not think of himself as a writer for the simple reason that the world had never allowed him to think of himself that way. The writer?" said Billy. "The what?" Billy was certain that he made a mistake. There is a writer named Kilgore Trout." "There is?" Trout looked foolish and dazed. "You've never heard of him?" Trout shook his head. Nobody ever did. Billy helped Trout deliver his papers, driving him from house to house in his Cadillac. Billy was the responsible one, finding the houses, checking them off. Trout's mind was blown. He had never met a fan before, and Billy was such an avid fan. Trout told him that he had never seen a book of his advertised, reviewed, or on sale. "All these years," he said, "I've been opening the window, making love to the world." "But you must have surely gotten letters," said Billy. I felt like writing you letters many times." Trout held up a single finger. "Was it enthusiastic? It was insane. The writer said that I should be president of the world." It turned out that the person who had written this letter was Elliot Rosewater, Billy's friend in the Veterans Hospital near Lake Placid. Billy told Trout about Rosewater. "My God, I thought he was about 14 years old," said Trout. "A full-grown man, a captain in the war." "You writes like a 14-year-old, said Kilgore Trout. Billy invited Trout to his 18th wedding anniversary, which was only 2 days hence. Now the party was in progress. Trout was in Billy's dining room, gobbling canaps. He was talking with a mouthful of Philadelphia cream cheese and the salmon roe to the optometrist's wife. Everybody at the party was associated with optometry in some way, except for Trout, and he was alone, and was without glasses. He was making a great hit. Everybody was thrilled to have a real author at the party, even though they had never read his books. Trout was talking to Maggie White, who had given up on being a dental assistant to become the homemaker for an optometrist. She was very pretty. The last book she had read was called Ivanhoe. Billy Pilgrim stood nearby, listening. He was palpating something in his pocket. It was a present he was about to give his wife. The white satin box containing a star sapphire cocktail ring. The ring was worth $800. The adulation that Trout was receiving, mindless and illiterate as it was, affected Trout like marijuana. He was happy and loud and impudent. I'm afraid I don't read as much as I ought to, said Maggie. We're all afraid of something, Trout replied. I'm afraid of cancer and rats and Doberman pinchers. I should know But I don't, so I have to ask, said Maggie. What's the most famous thing you've ever wrote? It was about a funeral for a great French chef. That sounds very interesting. All the chefs in the world are there. Beautiful ceremony. I was making this up as he went along. It just, before the casket closed, the mourners sprinkled parsley and paprika on the deceased. So it goes. Did that really happen? Said Maggie White. She was a dull person, but a sensational invitation to make babies. Men looked at her and wanted to fill her up with babies right away. She hadn't even had one baby yet. She used birth control. Of course it happened, Trout told her. If I wrote something that hadn't really happened and I tried to sell it, I could go to jail. That's fraud. Maggie believed him. I'd never thought of that before. Think about it now. It's like advertising. You have to tell the truth in advertising or you get in trouble. Exactly. Same body of law applies. Do you think that might put us in a book sometime? I put everything that happens to me in books. I guess better be careful what I say. That's right. I'm not the only one who's listening. God is listening too. And on Judgment Day, He's going to tell you all the things you said and did. Even if it turns out they're bad things instead of good things. That's too bad for you because you'll burn forever. Ever. The burning never stops hurting. Poor Maggie turned gray. She believed that, too. Was petrified. Kilgore Trout laughed uproariously. A salmon egg flew out of his mouth and landed in Maggie's cleavage. Now an optometrist called for attention. He proposed a toast to Billy and Valencia, whose anniversary it was. According to plan, the barbershop quartet of optometrists, the Febs, sang, while people drank and Billy and Valencia put their arms around each other. Just glowed. Everybody's eyes were shining. The song was That Old Gang of Mine. Gee, that song went. But I'd give the world to see that old gang of mine. And so on. A little later it said, so long forever, old fellas and gals. So long forever, old sweethearts and pals. God bless 'em. And so on. Unexpectedly, Billy found himself upset by the song and the occasion. He had never had an old gang, old sweethearts and pals, but he missed one anyway. As the quartet made slow, agonized experiments with chords intentionally sour, sourer still, unbearably sour, and then a chord that was suffocatingly sweet, and then some sour once again. Billy had powerful psychosomatic responses to the changing chords. His mouth was filled with the taste of lemonade, and his face became grotesque, as though he were really being stretched on a torture engine called the rack. He looked so peculiar that several people commented on it solicitously when the song was done. They thought that he might have been having a heart attack. Billy seemed to confirm this by going into a chair and sitting down haggardly. There was silence. Oh my God, said Valencia, leaning over him. Billy, are you all right? Yes. You look so awful. Billy, I'm okay. And he was too, except that he could find no explanation for why the song had affected him so grotesquely. He supposed that for years he had no secrets from himself, and here was proof that he had a giant big secret somewhere inside, and he could not imagine what it was. People drifted away now, seeing the color return to Billy's cheeks, seeing him smile. Valencia stayed with him, and Kilgore Trout, who had been on the fringe of the crowd, came closer, interested, shrewd. You look as though you'd seen a ghost, said Valencia. No, said Billy. He hadn't seen anything what he really was before him. The faces of the four singers, the four ordinary men, cow-eyed and mindless and anguished as they went from sweetness to sourness to sweetness again. Can I make a guess? Says Kilgore Trout. You saw through a time window. A what? Said Valencia. He suddenly saw the past or the future. Am I right? No, said Billy Pilgrim. He got up and put a hand into his pocket and found the box containing the ring in there. He took out the box and gave it absently to Vanessa. He had meant to give it to her at the end of the song while everyone was watching. Only Kilgore Trout was there to see. For me? Said Vanessa. Yes. Oh my God, she said, and then she said it louder so that other people heard. Oh my God! They gathered around and she opened it and she almost screamed when she saw the sapphire with a star in it. Oh my God, she said. She gave Billy a big kiss. She said, thank you, thank you, thank you. There was a lot of talk about what a wonderful jewelry Billy had given to Valencia over the years. My God, said Maggie White. She's already got the biggest diamond I ever saw outside a movie. She was talking about the diamond Billy had brought back from the war. The partial denture he had found inside his little impressionario's coat, incidentally, was in his cufflinks box in his dresser drawer. Billy had a wonderful collection of cufflinks. It was the custom of the family to give him cufflinks on every Father's Day. He was wearing Father's Day cufflinks now. They had cost over $100. They were made out of ancient Roman coins. He had a pair of cufflinks upstairs that were little roulette wheels that really worked, and he had another pair, which were a real thermometer in one and a real compass in the other. Billy now moved about the party, outwardly normal. Kilgore Trout was shadowing him, keen to know what Billy had suspected or seen. Most of Trout's novels, after all, dealt with time warps and extrasensory perception of unexpected things. Trout believed in things like that, was greedy to have their existence proved. You ever put a full-length mirror on the floor and then have a dog stand on it? Trout asked Billy. No. The dog will look down. All of a sudden he'll realize that there's nothing under him. He thinks he's standing on thin air. He'll jump a mile. He will? That's how you looked. As like all of a sudden you realized you were standing on thin air. The barbershop quartet sang again. Billy was emotionally racked again. The experience was definitely associated with those four men and not what they sang. Here's what they sang while Billy was pulled apart inside. Leaving cent cotton, 40-cent meat. How in the world can a poor man eat? Pray for the sunshine, 'cause it will rain. Things getting worse, driving all insane. Built a nice bar, painted it brown. Lightning came along, and I burnt it down. No use talking, any man's beat, with leaving cent cotton and 40-cent meat. 11-cent cotton and a carload of tags, and the load's too heavy for our poor backs. And so on. Billy fled upstairs in his nice white home. Trout would have come upstairs with him if Billy hadn't told him not to. Then Billy went into the upstairs bathroom, which was dark. He closed and locked the door. He left it dark and gradually became aware that he was not alone. His son was in there. Dad? Said his son in the dark. Robert, the future Green Beret, was 17 then. Billy liked him, but didn't know him very well. Billy couldn't help suspecting, but there wasn't much to know about Robert. Billy flicked on the light. Robert was sitting on the toilet with his pajama bottoms around his ankles. He was wearing an electric guitar slung around his neck on a strap. He had just bought the guitar that day. He couldn't play it yet, and in fact never learned to play it. It was a Narcissus pink. Nacreus pink? Whatever. Hello, son. Hello, son, said Billy Pilgrim. Billy went into his bedroom, even though there were guests to be entertained downstairs. He lay down in his bed, turned on the magic fingers. The mattress tumbled, drove a dog out from underneath the bed. The dog was Spot. Good old Spot was still alive in those days. Spot lay down again in a corner. Billy thought hard about the effect the quartet had on him, and then found an association with an experience he had had long ago. He did not time travel to the experience. He remembered it shimmeringly as follows. He was down in the meat locker on the night that Dresden was destroyed. There were sounds like giant footsteps above. Those were sticks of high explosive bombs. The giants walked and walked. The meat locker was a very safe shelter. All that happened down there was an occasional shower of calcimine. The Americans and 4 of their guards and a few dressed carcasses were down there, and nobody else. The rest of the guards had, before the raid began, gone to the comforts of their own homes in Dresden. They were all being killed with their families. So it goes. The girls that Billy had seen naked were all being killed too, in a much shallower shelter in another part of the stockyards. So it goes. A guard would go to the head of the stairs every so often to see what it was like outside, and then he would come down and whisper to the other guards. There was a firestorm out there. Dresden was one big flame. The one flame that ate everything organic, everything that would burn. It wasn't safe to come out of the shelter until noon the next day, and the Americans and their guards did come out. The sky was black with smoke. The sun was an angry little pinhead. Dresden, like the moon now, nothing but minerals. The stones were hot. Everybody else in the neighborhood was dead. So it goes. The guards drew together instinctively, rolled their eyes. They experimented with one expression, and then another, said nothing, though their mouths were often open. They looked like silent fish of a barbershop quartet. So long forever, they might have been singing, old fellows and pals. So long forever, old sweethearts and pals. God bless them. Tell me a story, Montana Wildhack said to Billy Pilgrim in the Trail Family Dorian Zoo one time. They were in bed side by side. They had privacy. The canopy covered the dome. Montana was 6 months pregnant now, big and rosy, lazily demanding small favors from Billy from time to time. She couldn't send Billy out for ice cream or strawberries, since the atmosphere outside the dome was cyanide and the near strawberries and ice cream were millions of light years away. She could send him to the refrigerator, which was decorated with one blank couple of a bicycle built for two, or as now she could wheedle. Tell me his story, Billy boy. Dresden was destroyed the night of February 13th, 1945, Billy Pilgrim began. We came out of our shelter the next day. He told Montana about the 4 guards who, in their astonishment and grief, resembled a barbershop quartet. He told her about the stockyards with all the fence posts gone, the roofs and windows gone, told her about seeing little logs lying around. There were people who had gotten caught in the firestorm. So it goes. Billy told her what had happened to the buildings that used to form cliffs around the stockyards. They had collapsed. They would have been consumed, and their stones had crashed down and tumbled against another until they locked at last in the low, graceful curves. It was like the moon, said Billy Pilgrim. The guards told the Americans to form in ranks of 4, which they did. Then they had them march back to the hog barn, which was their home. Its walls still good, but its windows and roof were gone, and there was nothing inside but ashes and dollops of melted glass. It was then realized that there was no food or water, and that the survivors, if they were going to continue to survive, were going to have to climb over curve after curve on the face of the moon, which they did. The curves were smooth only when seen from a distance. People climbing them learned that they were treacherous, jagged things, hot to the touch, often unstable, eager, certainly important rocks to be disturbed, to tumble some more and form lower, more solid curves. Nobody talked as much as the expedition crossed the moon. There was nothing appropriate to say. One thing was clear: absolutely everyone in the city was supposed to be dead, regardless of what they were, and that anybody moved in it represented a flaw in the design. There were to be no moon men at all. Bye bye moon man. Sorry. American fighter planes came in under the smoke to see if anything was moving. They saw Billy and the rest moving down there. The planes sprayed them with machine gun bullets. The bullets missed. They saw some other people moving down there by the riverside, and they shot at them. They hit some of them. So it goes. The idea was to hasten the end of the war. Billy's story ended very curiously in a suburb untouched by fire and explosions. The guards and the Americans came at nightfall to an inn which was open for business. There was candlelight. There were fires in 3 fireplaces downstairs. There was empty tables and chairs waiting for anyone who might come, and empty beds with covers turned upside down. There was a blind innkeeper and his sighted wife, who was the cook, and their 2 younger daughters who worked as waitresses and maids. The family knew that Dresden was gone. Those eyes had seen it burn and understood that they were on the edge of a desert now. So they had opened for business and had polished the glasses and wound the clocks and stirred the fires and waited to see who would come. There was no great flow of refugees from Dresden. The clocks ticked on. The fires crackled. The translucent candles dripped. And then there was a knock on the door. And in came 4 guards and 100 American prisoners of war. The innkeeper asked the guards if they had come from the city. Yes. Are there more people coming? And the guards said that on a difficult route they had chosen, they had not seen another living soul. The blind innkeeper said that the Americans could sleep in the stable that night, and he gave them soup and ersatz coffee with a little beer. Then he came out to the stable to listen to them bedding down in the straw. Gute Nacht, Americans, he said in German. Schlafen well. Sleep well. Here is how Billy Pilgrim lost his wife, Valencia. He was unconscious in the hospital in Vermont after the airplane crashed on Sugarbush Mountain, and Valencia, having heard about the crash, was driving from Ilium to the hospitals in the following Cadillac Eldorado Coupe de Ville. Valencia was hysterical because she had been told frankly that Billy might die, or that if he lived, he might be a vegetable. Valencia adored Billy. She was crying and yelping so hard as she drove that she missed the correct turnoff from the thoroughway. She applied her power brakes, and a Mercedes slammed into her from behind. Nobody was hurt, thank God, because both drivers were wearing seatbelts. Thank God, thank God. But the Mercedes only lost a headlight, thank God. But the rear end of the Cadillac was a body and fender man's wet dream. The trunk and fenders were collapsed. The gaping trunk looked like the mouth of a village idiot who was explaining that he didn't know anything about anything. The fenders shrugged. The bumper was at a high port in arms. Reagan for president, a sticker on the bumper said. The black window was veined with cracks. The exhaust system rested on the pavement. The driver of the Mercedes got out and went to Valencia to find out if she was all right. She babbled hysterically about Billy and the airplane crash, and then she put her car into gear and crossed the median divider, leaving her exhaust system behind. When she arrived at the hospital, people rushed to the windows to see all the noise was. The Cadillac, with both mufflers gone, sounded like a heavy bomber coming in on our wing in a prayer. Valencia turned off the engine, but then she slumped against the steering wheel, and the horn brayed steadily. A doctor and a nurse ran out to find out what the trouble was. Poor Valencia was unconscious, overcome by carbon monoxide. She was a heavenly azure. 1 hour later, she was dead. So it goes.
Yeah.
Billy knew nothing about it. He dreamed on and traveled in time and so forth. The hospital was so crowded that Billy couldn't have a room to himself. He shared a room with a Harvard history professor named Burton Copeland Rumford. Rumford didn't have to look at Billy because Billy was surrounded by white linen screens and rubber wheels. But Rumford could hear Billy talking to himself from time to time. Rumford's left leg was in traction. He had broken it while skiing. He was 70 years old, but he had the body and spirit of a man half that age. He had been honeymooning with his fifth wife when he broke his leg. Her name was Lily. Lily was 23. Just about the time poor Valencia was pronounced dead, Lily came into Billy's and Rumford's room with an armload of books. Rumford had sent her down to Boston to get them. He was working on a 1-volume history of the United States Army Air Corps in World War II. The books were about bombings and sky battles that had happened before Lily was even born. You guys go on without me, said Billy Pilgrim, deliriously, as pretty little Lily came in. She had been a go-go girl when Rumford saw her and resolved to make her his own. She was a high school dropout and her IQ was 103. He scares me, she whispered to her husband about Billy Pilgrim. Bores the hell out of me, Rumford replied gloomingly. All he does is sleep and quit and surrender and apologize and ask to be left alone. Rumford was a retired brigadier general in the Air Force Reserve, the official Air Force historian, a full professor, and the author of 26 books, a multimillionaire since birth, and one of the great competitive sailors of all times. His most popular book was about sex and strenuous athletics for men over 65. Now he quoted Theodore Roosevelt, whom he resembled a lot. I could crave a better man out of a banana, or I could carve a better man out of a banana. One of the things Rumford had told Lily to get in Boston was a copy of President Harry S. Truman's announcement to the world that an atomic bomb had been dropped in Hiroshima. She said that she had a Xerox of it, and Rumford asked her if she had read it. No. She didn't read well, which was one of the reasons she had dropped out of high school. Rumford ordered her to sit down and read the Truman Statement now. He didn't know that she couldn't read much. He knew very little about her, except that she was one more public demonstration that he was a Superman. So Lily sat and pretended to read the Truman thing, which went like this. 16 hours ago, an American airplane dropped one bomb on Hiroshima, an important Japanese army base. That bomb had more power than 20,000 tons of TNT, and it had more than 2,000 times the blast power of the British Grand Slam, which is the largest bomb ever yet to ever yet used in the history of warfare. The Japanese began the war from the air at Pearl Harbor. They have been repaid manyfold, and the end is not yet. With this bomb, we have now added a new revolutionary increase in destruction and supplementing the gross power of armed forces. In their present form, these bombs are now in production, and even more powerful forms are in development. It is an atomic bomb. It is harnessing the basic power of the universe, the force from which the sun draws its power, and has been loosed against those who brought war to the Far East. Before 1939, it was the accepted belief that scientists that it was theoretically possible to release atomic energy, but nobody knew that any practical method of doing it. By 1942, however, we knew that the Germans were working feverishly to find a way to add atomic energy to all the other energies of war which they had hoped to enslave the world with, but they failed. We may be grateful to the providence that the Germans got the V1s and V2s late and in limited quantities, and may be more grateful that they did not get the atomic bomb at all. The battle of the laboratories held fateful risks for us, as well as the battles of the air, land, and sea, and we now have won the battle of the laboratories as we have won the other battles. We are now prepared to obliterate more rapidly and completely every productive enterprise the Japanese have above ground in any city, said Harry Truman. We shall destroy their docks, their factories, their communications. Let there be no mistake. We shall completely destroy Japan's power and to make war. It was to spare, and so on. One of the books that Lily had brought Rumford was The Destruction of Dresden by an Englishman named David Irving. It was an American edition published by Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston in 1964. What Rumford wanted from it were portions of the forewords by his friends, Irsay Aker, Lieutenant General, USAF, retired, and British Air Marshal Sir Robert Soundby, KCB, KBE, MC, DFC, AFC. I find it difficult to understand Englishmen or Americans who weep about enemy civilians who were killed, but who have not shed a tear for our own gallant crews lost in combat with cruel enemy, wrote his friend General Aker in part. I think if I would have been well for Mr. Irving to have remembered when he was drawing this frightful picture of the civilians killed at Dresden that V1s and V2s were at the very time falling on England, killing civilian men, women, and children indiscriminately, and they were designed and wont to do so. It might be well to remember that the Buchenwald and Coventry too. Eker's foreword ended this way. I deeply regret that the British and U.S. bombers killed 135,000 people in the attack on Dresden, but I remember who started the last war, and I regret it even more the loss of more than 5 million Allied lives lost in the necessary efforts to completely defeat and utterly destroy Nazism. So it goes. What Air Marshal Soundby said, among other things, was this: that the bombing of Dresden was a great tragedy that none can deny. It was really a military necessity. A military necessity few, after reading this book, will believe. It was one of those terrible things that sometimes happen in wartime, brought to you by an unfortunate combination of the circumstances. Those who approved it were neither wicked nor cruel, though they may be thought that they were too remote from the harsh realities of war to understand fully the appalling destructive power of an air bombardment in the spring of 1945. The advocates of the nuclear disarmament seemed to believe that if they could achieve their aim, war would become tolerable and decent. They would do well to read this book and ponder the fate of Dresden, where 135,000 people died as a result of an air attack with conventional weapons. On the night of March 9th, 1945, an air attack on Tokyo by the American heavy bombers used incendiary high-explosive bombs caused the death of 83,793 people. That atom bomb dropped on Hiroshima killed 71,379 people. So it goes. If you're ever in Cody, Wyoming, says Billy Pilgrim behind his white linen screens, just ask for Wild Bob. Lily Rumford shuddered and went on pretending to read the Harry E. Truman thing. Billy's daughter, Barbara, came in later that day. She was all doped up, had the same glassy-eyed look that poor old Edgar Derby wore just before he was shot in Dresden. Doctors had given her pills so that she would continue to function, even though her father was broken and her mother was dead. So it goes. She was accompanied by a doctor and a nurse. Her brother Robert was flying home from the battlefield in Vietnam. "Daddy?" she said tentatively. "Daddy?" But Billy was 10 years away, back in 1958. He was examining the eyes of a young male Mongolian idiot in order to prescribe corrective lenses. The idiot's mother was there and acting as an entrepreneur. "How many dots do you see?" Billy asked him. And then Billy traveled in time to when he was 16 years old in the waiting room of a doctor. Billy had an infected thumb. There was only one other patient in the waiting, an old man. The old man was in agony because of gas. He farted tremendously, and then he belched. "Excuse me," he said to Billy, and then he did it again. "Oh God," he said, "I knew it was going to be bad getting old." He shook his head. "I didn't know it was going to be this bad." Billy Pilgrim opened his eyes in the hospital in Vermont. He did not know where he was. Watching him was his son Robert. Robert was wearing the uniform of the famous Green Berets. Robert's hair was short. It was wheat-colored bristles. Robert was clean and neat. He was decorated with a Purple Heart and a Silver Star and a Bronze Star and 2 clusters. This was a boy who had flunked out of high school, who had been the alcoholic at 16, who had run with a bunch of rotten junk kids, who had been coming arrested for tipping over hundreds of tombstones in a Catholic cemetery one time. He was all straightened out now. His posture was wonderful, and his shoes shined, and his trousers were pressed, and he was a leader of men. Dad? Billy Pilgrim closed his eyes again. Billy had to miss his wife's funeral because he was still so sick. He was conscious, though, while Valencia was being put into the ground in Ilium. Billy hadn't said much since regaining consciousness, hadn't responded very elaborately to the news of Valencia's death, and Robert's coming home from the war and so on. So it was generally believed that he was a vegetable. There was talk of performing an operation on him later, one that might improve the circulation of blood to his brain. Actually, Billy's outward listlessness was a screen. The listlessness concealed in a mind which was fizzing and flashing thrillingly. It was preparing letters and lectures about flying saucers and the negligibility of death and the true nature of time. Professor Rumford said frightful things about Billy when Billy's hearing, confident that Billy no longer had any brain at all. Why don't they let him die? He asked Lily. "I don't know," she asked. "That's not a human being anymore. Doctors are for human beings. Turn him over into a vegetarian or a tree surgeon. They'd know what to do. Look at him. That's life according to the medical profession. Isn't life wonderful?" "I don't know," said Lily. Rumford talked to Lily about the bombing of Dresden one more time, and Billy heard it all. Rumford had a problem about Dresden. His one-volume history of the Army Air Force in World War II was supposed to be a readable condensation of the 27-volume official history of the Army Air Force in World War II. The thing was, though, there was almost nothing in the 27 volumes about the Dresden raid, even though it had been such a howling success. The extent of the success had been kept a secret for many years after the war, a secret from the American people. It was no secret to the Germans, of course, or from the Russians, who occupied Dresden after the war, who are in Dresden still. "Americans finally have heard about Dresden," said Rumford, 23 years after the raid. "A lot of them know now how much worse it was than Hiroshima. So I gotta put something about this in my book. From the official Air Force standpoint, it'll all be new." "Why would they keep it a secret so long?" said Lily. "For fear that a lot of bleeding hearts," said Rumford, "might not think it's such a wonderful thing to do." It was now that Billy Pilgrim spoke up intelligently. "I was there," he said. It was difficult for Rumford to take Billy seriously, since Rumford had so long considered Billy to be a repulsive non-person who would be much better off dead. Now with Billy speaking clearly and to the point, Rumford's ears wanted to treat the words as a foreign language that he was not worth learning. "What did he say?" said Rumford. Lily had to serve as an interpreter. "He said he was there," she explained. "He was where?" "I don't know," said Lily. "Where were you?" she asked Billy. "Dresden," said Billy. "Dresden," Lily told Rumford. "He's simply echoing things we say," said Rumford. "Oh," said Lily. "He's got echolalia now. Oh. Echolalia is a mental disease which makes people immediately repeat things that well people around them say. But Billy didn't really have it. Roomford simply insisted, for his own comfort, that Billy had it. Roomford was thinking, in a military manner, that an inconvenient person, one whose death he had wished for very much, for practical reasons, was suffering from a repulsive disease. Roomford went on insisting for several hours that Billy had echolalia, told nurses and a doctor of Billy had echolalia now. Some experiments were performed on Billy. Doctors and nurses tried to get Billy to echo something, but Billy wouldn't make a sound for them. He isn't doing it now, said Roomford peevishly. The minute you go away, he'll start doing it again. Nobody took Roomford's diagnosis seriously. The staff thought Roomford was a hateful old man, conceited and cruel. He often said to them in one way or another that the people who were weak deserved to die, whereas the staff, of course, was devoted into an idea that weak people should be helped as much as possible and that nobody should die. There in the hospital, Billy was having an adventure very common among people without power in time before. He was trying to prove willfully deaf and blind enemy that he was interesting to hear and see. He kept silent until the lights went out at night, and then when there had been a long period of silence containing nothing to echo, he said to Roomford, "I was in Dresden when it was bombed. I was a prisoner of war." Roomford sighed impatiently. "Word of honor," said Billy Pilgrim. "Do you believe me?" "Unless we talk about it now," said Roomford. He had heard. He didn't believe. "We don't have to talk about it," said Billy. "I just wanted you to know, I was there." Nothing more was said about Dresden that night, and Billy closed his eyes and travelled in time to a May afternoon, 2 days after the Second World War in Europe. Billy and 5 other American prisoners were riding in a coffin-shaped green wagon which they had found abandoned, complete with 2 horses in a suburb of Dresden. Now they were being drawn by the clopping horses down narrow lanes which had been cleared through the moonlight ruins. They were going back to the slaughterhouse for souvenirs of the war. Billy was reminded of the sounds of the milkmen's horses in the early morning in Ilium when he was a boy. Billy sat in the back of the jiggling coffin. His head was tilted back and his nostrils were flaring. He was happy. He was warm. There was food in the wagon, and wine, and a camera, and a stamp collection, and a stuffed owl, and a mantle clock that ran on changes of barometric pressure. The Americans had gone into empty houses in the suburb where they had been imprisoned, and they had taken these and so many other things. The owners, hearing that the Russians were coming, killing and robbing and raping and burning, had fled. But the Russians hadn't come yet, not even 2 days after the war. It was peaceful in the ruins. Billy saw only one other person on his way to the slaughterhouse. It was an old man pushing a baby buggy. In the baby were pots and cups and an umbrella frame and other things he had found. Billy stayed in the wagon when it reached the slaughterhouse, sunning himself. He always went looking for souvenirs. Later on in life, Chalfalmadorians would advise Billy to concentrate on the happy moments of his life and to ignore the unhappy ones, to stare at only the pretty things, as eternity failed to go by. If this sort of selectivity had been possible for Billy, he may have chosen this as his happiest moment, surrounded in his sun-drenched snooze in the back of a wagon. Billy Pilgrim was armed as he snoozed. It was the first time he had been armed since basic training. His companions had insisted that he arm himself, since God only knew what sort of killers might be in the burrows on the face of the moon. Wild dogs, packs of rats, fattened on corpses, escaped maniacs and murderers, soldiers who would never quit killing until they themselves were killed. Billy had a tremendous cavalry pistol in his belt. It was a relic of World War I. It had a ring in its butt. It was loaded with bullets the size of a robin's eggs. Billy found it on the bedside table in a house. It was one of the things about the end of war. Absolutely anybody who wanted a weapon could just have one. They were lying all around. Billy had a saber too. It was a Luftwaffe ceremonial saber. Its hilt was stamped with a screaming eagle. The eagle was carrying a swastika and looking down. Billy found it stuck into a telephone pole. He had pulled it out of the pole as the wagon went by. Now his snoozing became shallower as he heard a man and woman speaking in German in pitying tones. The speakers were commiserating with somebody lyrically. Before Billy had opened his eyes, it seemed to him that the tones might have been those used of the friends of Jesus as they took his ruined body down from his cross. So it goes. Billy opened his eyes. A middle-aged man and his wife were crooning to the horses. They were noticing what the Americans had not noticed, that the horses' mouths were bleeding, gashed by the bits, and that the horses' hooves were broken, so that every step meant agony, and that the horses were insane with thirst. The Americans had treated their form of transportation as though it were no more sensitive than a 6-cylinder Chevrolet. These two horse pitiers moved back along the wagon where they could gaze a patronizing approach at Billy Pilgrim, who was long and weak, so ridiculous in his azure toga and silver shoes. They weren't afraid of him. They weren't afraid of anything. They were doctors, both obstetricians. They had been delivering babies until the hospitals were all burned down. Now they were picnicking near where their apartment used to be. The woman was softly beautiful, translucent from having eaten potatoes for so long. The man wore a business suit, necktie and all. Potatoes had made him gaunt. He was as tall as Billy, wore steel-rimmed trifocals. This couple, so involved with the babies, had never reproduced themselves, though they could have. It was an interesting comment on the whole idea of reproduction. They had 9 languages between them. They tried Polish on Billy Pilgrim first, since he was dressed so clownishly, since those wretched Poles were the involuntary clowns of the Second World War. Billy asked them in English what it was they wanted, and at once they scolded him in English for the condition of the horses. They made Billy get out of the wagon and come look at the horses. When Billy saw the condition of his means of transportation, he burst into tears. He hadn't cried about anything else in the war. Later on, as a middle-aged optometrist, he would weep quietly and privately sometimes, but never make loud hoo-hooing noises, which is why the epigraph of this book looked like a quatrain of the famous Christmas carol. Billy cried very little, although he often saw things worth crying about. In that respect, at least, he resembled the Christ of the carol. The cattle are lowing, the baby awakes, but the little Lord Jesus no crying he makes. Billy traveled in time back to the hospital in Vermont. Breakfast had been eaten and cleared away, and Professor Rumford was reluctantly becoming interested in Billy as a human being. Rumford questioned Billy gruffly, satisfied himself that Billy really had been in Dresden. He asked Billy what it had been like, and Billy told him about the horses and the couple picnicking on the moon. The story ended this way. Billy and the doctors unharnessed the horses, and the horses wouldn't go anywhere. Their feet hurt too much, and then the Russians came on motorcycles, and they arrested everybody but the horses. 2 days after that, Billy was turned over to the Americans, who shipped him home on a very slow freighter called the Lucreta Amat. Lucreta Amat was a famous American suffragette. She was dead, so it goes. It had to be done, Rumford told Billy, speaking of the destruction of Dresden. I know, said Billy. That's war. I know, I'm not complaining. It must have been hell on the ground. It was, said Billy Pilgrim. Pity the men who had to do it. I pity the men who had to do it. I do. You must have had mixed feelings there on the ground. It was alright, said Billy. Everything is alright, and no one has to do exactly what he does. I learned that on Tralfamadore. Billy Pilgrim's daughter took him home later that day, put him to bed in his house, and turned on the magic fingers. There was a practical nurse there. Billy wasn't supposed to work or even leave the house for a while at least. He was under observation. But Billy sneaked out while the nurse wasn't watching, and he drove to New York City, where he hoped to appear on television. He was going to tell the world about the lessons of Tralfamadore. Billy Pilgrim checked into the Royalton Hotel on 44th Street in New York. He by chance was given a room which had once been the home of George G. Nathan, the critic and editor. Nathan, according to the Earthling concept of time, had died back in 1958. According to the Tralfamadorian concept, of course, Nathan was still alive somewhere and always would be. The room was small and simple, except for what was on the top floor had French doors which opened into a terrace as large as the room, and beyond that was a parapet of the terrace. It was beyond the parapet of the terrace was the airspace over the 44th Street. Billy now leaned over that parapet and looked down at the people moving hither and yon. They were jerky little scissors. They were a lot of fun. It was a chilly night, and Billy came indoors after a while, closed the French doors. Closing those doors reminded him of his honeymoon. There had been French doors on the Cape Ann love nest of his honeymoon. Still where, always would be. Billy turned on his television set, clicking the channel selector around and around. He was looking for programs on which he might be allowed to appear, but it was too early in the evening for programs that allowed people with peculiar opinions to speak out. It was only a little after 8 o'clock, and so the shows are still all about silliness or murder. So it goes. Billy left his room, went down the slow elevator, walked over to Times Square, and looked into the window of a tawdry bookstore. In the window were hundreds of books about fucking and burglary and buggery and murder and side street to the New York City, and a model of the Statue of Liberty with a thermometer on it. Also in the window, speckled with soot and fly shit, were 4 paperback novels by Billy's friend, Kilgore Trout. The news of the day, meanwhile, was being written in a ribbon of lights on a building to Billy's back. The window reflected the news. It was about power and sports and anger and death. So it goes. Billy went into the bookstore. A sign in there that said adults only were allowed in the back. There were peep shows in that back that showed movies of young women and men with no clothes on. It cost $0.25 to look into a machine for a minute. There were still photographs of naked young people for sale back there too. You could take those home. The stills were a lot more Chalfalmadorian than movies, since you could look at them whenever you wanted to and they wouldn't change. 20 years in the future, those girls would still be young, would still be smiling or smoldering or simply looking stupid with their legs wide open. Some of them were eating lollipops or bananas. Some of them would still be eating those. And the peckers of the young men would still be semi-erect, or their muscles would be bulging like cannonballs. But Billy Pilgrim wasn't beguiled to the back of the store. He was thrilled by the Kilgore Trout novels in the front. The titles were all new to him, or he thought they were. Now he opened one. It seemed all right for him to do that. Everyone else in the store was pawing things. The name of the book was The Big Board. He got a few paragraphs into it and then realized he had read it before, years ago, in the Veterans Hospital. It was about an Earthling man and a woman who were kidnapped by extraterrestrials, and they were put on display in a zoo on a planet called Zircon 212. These fictitious people in the zoo had a big board supposedly showing stock market quotations and commodity prices all along one wall of their habitat, and a news ticker, and a telephone that was supposedly connected to the brokerage on Earth. The creatures on Zircon 212 told their captives that they had invested $1 million for them back on Earth, and that it was up to the captives to manage it so that they would be fabulously wealthy when they were returned to Earth. The telephone and the big board and the tickers were all fake, of course. They were simply stimulants to make the Earthlings perform vividly for the crowds at the zoo, to make them jump up and jump down and cheer or gloat or sulk or tear their hair or be scared shitless or feel contented as babies in their mother's arms. The Earthlings did very well on paper. That was part of the rigging, of course, and religion got mixed up into it too. The news ticker always reminded them that the President of the United States declared National Prayer Week and that everyone should pray. The Earthlings had had a bad week on the market before that. They had lost a small fortune in olive oil futures, so they gave up praying in a whirl. And it worked. Olive oil went up. Another Kilgore Trout book in the window was a man who bought a time machine, or it was about a man who bought a time machine just so he could go back and see Jesus. It worked, and he saw Jesus, and when Jesus was only 12 years old. Jesus was learning the carpentry trade from his father. 2 Roman soldiers came up to his shop with a mechanical drawing on papyrus of a device they wanted built by sunrise the next morning. It was a cross that would be used to be in the execution of the rabble-rouser. Jesus and his father built it. They were glad to have the work, and the rabble-rouser was executed on it. So it goes. The bookstore was run by seeming quintuplets by 5 short, bald men chewing unlit cigars that were sopping wet. They never smiled. Each one had a stool to perch on. They were making money running a paper and celluloid whorehouse. They didn't even have hard-ons. Neither did Billy Pilgrim. Everyone else did. It was a ridiculous store, all about love and babies. The clerk occasionally told somebody to buy or get out, or just not to look and to look around and paw. Some of the people were looking at each other instead of the merchandise. A clerk came up to Billy and told him that the good stuff was in the back, and that the books that Billy was reading were window dressing. That ain't what you want, for Christ's sake, he told Billy. What you want's in the back. So Billy moved a little farther back, but not as far as the parts for adults only. He moved only because absent-minded politeness, thinking about a trout book for him. The one about Jesus and the time machine. The time traveler in the book went back to the Bible times to find out one thing in particular. Whether or not Jesus had really died on the cross, or whether he had been taken down while still alive. Whether he had really gone on living. The hero has a stethoscope all along. Billy skipped to the end of the book, where Hero mingled with the people who were taking Jesus down from the cross. The time traveler was the first one up the ladder, dressed in his clothes for the time period, and he leaned close to Jesus so people couldn't see him use the stethoscope, and he listened. There wasn't a sound inside the emaciated chest cavity. The Son of God was dead as a doornail. So it goes. The time traveler, whose name was Lance Corwin, also got to measure the length of Jesus, but not to weigh him. Jesus was 5 feet and 3.5 inches long. Another clerk came up to Billy and asked him if he was going to buy the book or not, and Billy said that he wanted to buy it, please. He had his back to a rack of paperback books all about oral genital contacts from ancient Egypt to the present, and so on and so forth, and the clerk supposed Billy was reading one of those, so he was startled when he saw what Billy's book was. He said, "Jesus Christ, where did you find this thing?" and so on. Then he had to tell all the clerks about the pervert who wanted to buy the window dressing. Other clerks already knew about Billy. They'd been watching him too. Cash register where Billy waited for his change was near a bin of old curly magazines. Billy looked at one out of the corner of his eye, and he saw the question on its cover. What really became of Montana Wildhack? So Billy read it. He knew where Montana Wildhack really was, of course. She was back on Tralfalmador taking care of the baby. But the magazine, which was called Midnight Pussycats, promised that she was wearing a cement overcoat under 30 fathoms of salt water in the San Pedro Bay. So it goes. Billy wanted to laugh. The magazine, which was published for a lonesome men to jerk off to, ran the story so it could print pictures taken from the blue movies which Montana had made as a teenager. Billy didn't look closely at these. They were grainy things, soot and chalk. They couldn't have been anybody. They could have been anybody. Billy was again directed to the back of the store, and he went this time. A jaded sailor stepped away from the movie machine while the film was still running. Billy looked in, and there was Montana Wildhack alone on a bed, peeling a banana. The picture clicked off. Billy really didn't want to see what happened next, and a clerk importuned him to come over and see some really hot stuff that they kept under the counter for connoisseurs. Billy was mildly curious to see that what possibly could have been kept hidden in such a place. The clerk leered and showed him. It was a photograph of a woman in a Shetland pony. They were attempting to have sexual intercourse between two Doric columns in front of a velvet draperies which were fringed with deedle balls. Or deedly balls. Oops. Billy didn't get onto television in New York that night, but he did get onto a radio talk show. There was a radio station right next to Billy's hotel. He said it call letters over the entrance of the office building, so he went in. He went up to the studio on an automatic elevator, and there was other people up there waiting to go in. They were literary critics, and they thought Billy was one too. They were going to discuss whether the novel was dead or not. So it goes. Billy took his seat with the others around a golden oak table with a microphone all his own. The master of ceremonies asked him his name and what paper he was from. Billy said he was from the Ilium Gazette. He was nervous and happy. If you're ever in Cody, Wyoming, he told himself, just ask for Wild Bob. Billy put his hand up at the very first part of the program, but he wasn't called on right away. Others got in ahead of him. One of them said that it would be a nice time to bury the novel now that a Virginian, 100 years after the Appomattox, had written Uncle Tom's Cabin. Another one said that people can't read well enough anymore to turn print into exciting situations in their skulls, so that authors had to do what Norman Mailer did, which was to perform in public what he had written. The master of the ceremonies asked people to say what they thought the function of the novel might be in modern society. One critic said, to provide touches of color in rooms with all white walls. Another one said, to describe blowjobs artistically. Another one said, to teach wives of junior executives on what to buy next and how to act at a French restaurant. And then Billy was allowed to speak. Off he went in that beautifully trained voice of his, telling about the flying saucers and of Montana wildcat and so on. He was gently expelled from the studio during a commercial. He went back to his hotel room, put a quarter into the magic fingers machine and connected it to his bed, and he went to sleep. He traveled in time back to Telethon. Time traveling again? Said Montana. It was an artificial evening in the dome. She was breastfeeding her child. Said Billy. You've been time traveling again, I can always tell. Where'd you go this time? It wasn't the war, I can tell that too. New York. Big Apple. Well, that's what they used to call New York. Oh. You see any plays or movies? No, I walked around Times Square some. Bought a book by Kilgore Trout. Lucky you. She did not share his enthusiasm for Kilgore Trout. Billy mentioned casually that he had seen part of a blue movie she had made. Her response was no less casual. It was Tralfamadorian and guilt-free. Yes, she said. I've heard about you in the war, about what a clown you were, and I've heard about the high school teacher who was shot. He made a blue movie with a firing squad. She moved the baby from one breast to the other, because that moment was so structured that she had to do so. There was a silence. Playing with clocks again, said Montana, rising, preparing to put the baby in its crib. She meant that the keepers were playing with the electric clocks in the domes to make them go fast and slow and then fast again, watching the little earthling family go through peoples. There was a silver chain around from Montana Wildhack's neck. Hanging from it was, between her breasts was a locket containing a photograph of her alcoholic mother, a grainy thing, soot and chalk. It could have been anybody. Engraved on the outside of the locket were these words, and there's a helpful diagram right here. But God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to always tell me the difference. Robert Kennedy, whose summer home is 8 miles from the home I live in all year round, was shot 2 nights ago. He died last night. So it goes. Martin Luther King was shot a month ago. He died too. So it goes. Every day my government gives me a count of corpses created by military science in Vietnam. So it goes. My father died many years ago now of natural causes. So it goes. He was a sweet man. He was a gun nut too. He left me his guns. They rust. On Tralfamador, says Billy Pilgrim, there isn't much interest in Jesus Christ. The earthling figure who is most engaging to the Tralfamadorian mind, he says, is Charles Darwin, who taught that those that die are meant to die and that the corpses are improvements. So it goes. The same general idea appears in The Big Board by Kilgore Trout. The flying saucer creatures who captured Trout's hero ask him about Darwin. They also ask him about golf. If what Billy Pilgrim learned from the Tralfamadorians is true, it's that we all live forever, and no matter how dead we sometimes seem to be, I am not overjoyed. Still, if I'm going to spend eternity visiting this moment and that, I'm grateful that so many of these moments are nice. One of the nicest ones in recent times was on my trip back to Dresden with my old war buddy O'Hare. We took a Hungarian Airlines plane from the East Berlin. The pilot had a handlebar mustache. He looked like Adolf Monju, I don't know who that is, but he smoked a Cuban cigar while the plane was being fueled. When we took off, there was no talk of fastening seatbelts. When we were up in the air, the young steward served us rye bread and salami and butter and cheese and white wine. The folding tray in front of me would not open out. The steward went inside to the cockpit for a tool and then came back with a beer can opener. He used it to pry out the tray. There was only 6 other passengers. They spoke many languages. They were having nice times too. East Germany was down below, and the lights were on. I imagined dropping bombs on those lights, those villages, those cities, and those towns. O'Hare and I had never expected to see any, or to make any money, and here we were now, extremely well-to-do. If you're ever in Cody, Wyoming, I said to him lazily, just ask for Wild Bob. O'Hare had a little notebook with him, and printed in the back of it while postal rates and the airline distances and the altitudes of famous mountains and other high key facts about the world, he was looking up the population of Dresden, which wasn't in the notebook, when he came across this, which he gave me to read. On average, 324,000 new babies are born into the world every day. During that same 10,000 persons on average will have starved to death or died from malnutrition. So it goes. In addition, 123,000 persons will die for other reasons. So it goes. This leaves a net gain of about 191,000 each day in the world. The Population Reference Bureau predicts that the world's total population will double to 7 trillion before the year 2000. Wait, no, is that 7 billion? Yeah, 7 billion, sorry. Oh, look, we're wrong. The Population Reference Bureau predicts that the world's total population will double to 7 billion before the year 2000.
Touche.
I suppose they will all want dignity, I said. I suppose, said O'Hare. Billy Pilgrim was meanwhile traveling back to Dresden too, but not in the present. He was going back there in 1945, 2 days after the city was destroyed. Now Billy and the rest were going to be marched into the ruins by their guards. I was there. O'Hare was there. We had spent 2 nights in the blind innkeeper's stable. Authorities had found us there. They told us what to do. We were to borrow picks and shovels and crowbars and wheelbarrows from our neighbors. We were then to march with these implements into such a place in the ruins and get ready to go to work. There were barricades on the main road leading into the ruins. Germans were stopped there. They were not permitted to explore the moon. Prisoners of war from many lands came together that morning at such and such place in Dresden. It had been decreed here that while digging for bodies was to begin. So the digging began. Billy found himself paired as a digger with Moari, who had been captured in Tobruk. Moari was chocolate brown. He had whirlpools of tattoos on his forehead and cheeks. Billy and the Moari dug into the inner, promising gravel of the moon. The materials were loose, so they were constant little avalanches. Many holes were dug at once. Nobody knew yet what there was to find. Most holes came to find nothing, to pavement or to boulders so huge that they would not move. There was no machinery. Not even horses or mules or oxen could cross the moonscape. And Billy and the Moari and the others helping them with this particular hole came at last to the membrane of the timbers laced over rocks which they had wedged together to form an accidental dome. They made a hole in the membrane. There was a darkness and a space under there. A German soldier with a flashlight went down into the darkness and was gone a long time. When he finally came back, he told the superior of the rim of the hole that there were dozens of bodies down there. They were sitting on benches. They were unmarked. So it goes. The superior said that opening the membrane should be enlarged and the ladder should be put in the hole so that the body could be carried out. Thus began the first corpse mine in Dresden. There were hundreds of corpse mines operating by and by. They didn't smell bad at first. They were just wax museums. But then the bodies rotted and liquefied, and the stink was like roses and mustard gas. So it goes. The Maori Billy had worked with died of dry heaves after being ordered to go down into that stink and work. He tore himself into pieces, throwing up and throwing up. So it goes. So a new technique was devised. Bodies weren't brought up anymore. They were cremated by soldiers with flamethrowers right there where they were. The soldiers would stood outside the shelters and simply sent the fire in. Somewhere in that poor old high school teacher, Edgar Derby, was caught with a teapot he had taken from the catacombs. He was arrested for plundering. He was tried and shot. So it goes. And somewhere it was springtime. The corpse mines were closed down. The soldiers all left to fight the Russians, and in the suburbs the women and children dug rifle pits. Billy and the rest of his group were locked up in the stable in the suburbs, and then one morning they got up to discover that the door was unlocked. World War II in Europe was over. Billy and the rest wandered out to the shady street. The trees were leafing out. There was nothing going on out there, no traffic of any kind. There was only one vehicle, an abandoned wagon drawn by 2 horses. The wagon was green and coffin-shaped. Birds were talking. One bird said to Billy, Pilgrim, "Hoot-tweet?"
Tweet, tweet.
Hoot-tweet?
Was that a Twitter prediction?
Tweet, tweet.
I got the population. There you go, that's the end. A lot of callbacks in that last chapter to things we haven't touched on in a long time. So I hope you caught them.
I did. I liked it a lot. I also just like his concept of time.
Yeah,
Check out that
Time
Joanne.
device.
yeah, well, yeah. Organized in the library and then sitting in the trolley with the scope only going forward, not being able to turn your head, and the progression is forward. We're fourth dimension, you have your ability to turn around more. Yeah,
It's
that was
Mindscape.
beautiful.
I loved it.
I'm glad. It's one of my favorite books.
Now we have to find another book.
Yeah, we gotta find another book. There's one right there.
Oh my God, it's Chuck.
That's an interesting chuck load. If you're gonna do a chuck one.
What?
How much time we got left to
2
I
hours.
keep looking at the fucking clock too. I'm like deteriorating quick. I don't
2
know what I'm
hours.
gonna do to trick myself, but I gotta do something. So I didn't mean to be antsy
No,
while you
you're
were reading.
okay.
But I was like, there's a point where I felt the yawns coming in, so I had to. Maybe I should do a dab. No, that's bad. Good.
You have a dabble, do you?
I do one with you.
We can definitely do a dab. I'm gonna go to the pee first.
Yeah, do that.
Fun.
Bravo.
Can I do dab?
Hi, sweetness. Oh god.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh god.
I don't know if I'm doing this right. Oh god.
Hmm? Really like fucking Uncle Kurt, man.
Huh?
Uncle Kurt.
Hi.
Yeah. Well, it's Uncle Kurt.
I don't know. Maybe you have a real Uncle Kurt.
So it goes.
Is he dead?
So it goes. 135,000 people in Dresden died that night. So it goes. War is whack.
Whack, 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 whack. You know?
That's what I got. I got another book. We can keep doing readings with Haley because I'm running out of things to do. We got hours to fill. At this point, it's out of spite.
An hour and a half.
I'm fucking quitting it. 22 and a half hours. Won't do it. Not here.
I could read some nothing.
Could read some
I could
nothing.
read some nothing.
Still haven't read The Crackers in Bud.
I have not. Oh, good. My phone is dead.
Wolf.
Work.
Oink.
Tell him, pig.
Oink. I am very. I mean, leaving. I left one of my jobs recently. For those of you who don't know, it was a really hard decision because I got to work with people like Lucas and Dave and Bree and so many great people. Really, I am grateful for what opportunities have come my way since I shut the doors at that job, but I do miss hanging out with you every fucking week at work and shooting the shit for like 8 hours, 2 days a week. Glad we still go drink together and hang out.
Yeah.
Because you're like one of my closest friends, and I am like so grateful for that. Because like I honestly like 2 years ago would not have thought we would be sitting here on this telethon, but here we are
Doing it.
doing it. And for those of you who don't have the pleasure of having Lucas as a friend, you're missing out because he's one of the realest motherfuckers I've ever met in my life. That's what we're here about here at AZ is genuine content with genuine people.
Being real.
Being real all
Real
the time,
people.
even if sometimes it doesn't get you 543 viewers.
You know, sometimes you're not a real person.
Sometimes you make your fundraising goal of $0, and you fucking crushed that goal, didn't you?
Fuck yeah.
I mean, on this telethon, we did with like less than half of the production or team of last year's. We had less dead air, I think. We was better at improving and riffing off of each other. So that's good, right?
Yep.
I mean, I was saying that, and I was just talking about how grateful I was about a bunch of shit because here I am. Been awake for a long time and I just keep making myself cry like 3 times a week because I'm just grateful for things. But I said Lucas is a real motherfucker, one of the most real motherfuckers I met. We're about making quality content with quality people.
And I have fucked their mother before.
Fuck yeah, you have. Good for you, man.
Fuck yeah.
But I was saying that last year we had like more than double the like crew and preparation and guests and all sorts of shit prepared for it, and a lot of things fell through and we were scrambling and we had dead air playing Call of Duty for a couple hours.
Yep.
We had people taking taking naps and fucking not fucking me. But
Fucking.
not me. I didn't fucking sleep that night either because I'm insane.
I took a nap. Shit.
Yeah, so did Brennan. I did not nap that night either. I didn't nap today. I got real close right before my beloved Joshua left for work. I was getting snuggly and I was like, ooh, I'm cozy. And he's like, you're gonna need to get your second wind, babe. Like you got 5 more hours. And I was like, you are absolutely goddamn right. But I was saying that like we had less dead air this year with like less than a third or less than a quarter of the like of the people and like guests and like shit we did last year. We gotten a lot better at riffing off of each other. We didn't have to fill it with fucking COD. Yeah, there were moments where we were sitting here like, what do we do now? But like we were still
There was never like
doing
that
things.
much panic.
No, we were still doing things.
There was like besides
It was-
like the
it
drama
was-
of the night.
It was good.
It was fine. No.
No, but we were worried that we weren't gonna be able to pull it off, and then
Yeah.
you know we
Like
did it.
the
And
insecurities
there's
presenting
like
themselves.
it could have been drama, but it wasn't because look at us, we're fucking doing it, aren't we? Here we are.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is the megaphone?
That's the biggest. It's 100% on Zach. Guarantee it's gonna show
I didn't
up.
see you. All I heard was a little.
Yeah, she's got enjoying it.
It
She's over here.
The quality this year,
was good.
you guys.
Improved quality.
It's cool to see.
I'm not gonna lie,
the
taking that boy to mess me up, but it also gave me a lot more strength to just see it through the end. So like,
Yeah, well, I
don't know if would've-
don't know what I would have done if not, honestly, I
Yeah,
think.
me too.
It's not what?
Talking in code.
Oh, okay.
We took a shot of some special bourbon on stream. Some fat washed bourbon that I made special at home. I would tell you the recipe, but then you become an alcoholic because you just want to drink it all the time. 'Cause that's what happened to me last winter. I didn't become an alcoholic, but I did drink a lot of fat washed bourbon. Fucking hot buttered bourbon is my shit.
Breaking shit?
I thought about making a batch of it for Christmas gifts, but see the problem with that is then it'd be in my house and I would just drink it and no one would get it as a Christmas gift. Maybe one person if they're lucky, but damn, that shit's good.
Damn, that shit is good and toasty.
That's her.
Damn, boy, she dick.
Wanna do a dab dance?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yep, dabble, do you?
Man, these puzzles. Man, those aliens have still gotten me to this day.
It's a bolo tie.
I'm working on it.
Why
I just
not
don't know what this
so hard
thing looked like.
Bolo tie. Oh, I got an
Okay, you
extra
keep
piece.
saying bolo tie
Look, I
for
got an
like
extra
every
piece.
single
You're
one.
missing a piece.
Am I really? Is that why I can't build it?
Maybe.
Oh my
I
gosh.
found it on the floor.
I don't think this is gonna help me. This is definitely not gonna help me.
This is what's up to change it.
Gosh.
the Telethon has left me. B.
Be aggressive.
Home,
Be
home.
aggressive. We are crashing. We are crashing.
What is starting to get bored. I kind of have to figure out how I'm gonna get comics out of this. Yeah,
I won't stay long.
that's fair.
I'll say hi.
That's fine. If we want to make a field trip of it, I'll DJ.
Really sorry.
Huh?
I just feel like it's kinda like just
It's okay. I don't know why you're sorry. You don't know what you're sorry about. We're doing a telethon. No apologies needed.
So here.
We're doing the damn thing.
I didn't grab my VR.
No, you didn't do VR in real life.
VR IRL.
Gosh damn hot dog. Enjoy movies here.
See, I was surprised Stretch came through. That was cool.
Who's Stretch to read?
His name's Kyle. He went to high school with her ex-boyfriend Trevor, but like Bree and Kyle are arguably closer than Kyle and Trevor. They like hang out all the time, smoke, chill, boys, homies, homies, yeah.
Secrets are no fun unless you share with everyone.
That doesn't need to be put on the stream. You already know.
Oh, do I?
Yeah, but we can talk about it later.
Oh, okay.
Not on the stream though. You don't need to be everyone's business.
Fair. What do I know?
An interesting tidbit of my sexual backstory.
Your backstory?
Did we remember when we touched on the fact that I dated my college professor? That like we didn't really get into the fact that he wasn't really my college professor, but like he was a college professor at the school I go to. I mean, he was a college professor for the degree program I was in, but he just like didn't really grade me. Kept hearing about this motherfucker, and people were like, oh yeah, you know, dude, binary sex is super funny, and I was like, yeah, he's starting, I guess, so I'm not. Oh man. I wish I had blank paper that didn't have lines in it.
Maybe. This to this.
Still puzzling. Puzzling it up.
This.
I did want to, yeah, this thing.
It wasn't any too good. So maybe. Yeah. 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 And oh, where'd you put them? Wait.
us how's it going in the chat.
Okay. Don't fall apart. I got it. Got it. There's only one puzzle that I haven't done yet. I don't know. I got that one. The one that I was trying for, but was missing a piece.
It's not.
Well, it's not anymore, but it was. Kelly just gave me the extra piece.
Oh, the bow tie.
This is a bow tie?
No, I'm just kidding.
Like, what the fuck is your concept of a bow tie?
So the main block, Telethon, with 240 unique views,
Done this one.
which isn't a lot, but
This
it wasn't for no one.
is the one.
You know, that matters.
It was for us.
What is this? Why was this puzzle? It's a value I would have gotten. And then?
So it cancel anytime soon.
Ooh,
Any earlier, but at the same time, I think it's just for us at this point.
It's kind of been just for us for a minute.
Yeah.
But I'm a spiteful bitch.
I'm with you.
I don't care. I'm just here for the ride, man. No, because I need a piece. We're back and just slide it. I'm not going to do that. It fits beautiful. Okay. Think I got the shape I know what I'm doing. I think. Don't know. Don't know, but I think. Don't think I want those two together. I think I'll try these two together. Center.
just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
Picture of you, picture of me, hung up on our wall for the world to see.
Let's see that.
What do we hit?
Hate that the live stream lost its interactivity like 20 hours ago. Bums me out. Cause that to me always feels the most like random dude from Germany or something coming in the chat. Wasn't chill, but they just did stay on top of it. That's amazing.
Random German guy.
Okay. You ever talked to a random German guy before?
Not on the internet.
Me all the time.
Really? That's pretty cool.
I have another book we can read. Lucas can read from a book. His phone is dead, otherwise he would tell us all about how to derive
The maximum enjoyment from getting crackers in bed. Beautiful
I
story.
mean, I guess I could see if I can find it.
You just gotta search how to derive the maximum enjoyment from crackers in bed.
Here, I think you can find it from here. There, we can still make it happen with my phone that is not dead by some miracle because I've been ignoring it for the last 24 hours.
I started the night with like 65%. I started Telethon with like 65%. Kelly, do you wanna hear how to drive the maximum enjoyment from crackers in bed? Or are you going somewhere real quick?
I'm just cold, so I put on my coat.
Oh, okay.
I am going to take a step outside for the first couple lines, but I've
Okay.
heard this before.
Yeah,
Um,
even more than once.
I don't want to hear it, but if you can give me
You just
2
gotta
minutes
message.
before we start, is that okay?
Yeah.
Oh, there's Kelly loving an image or something.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, I believe
I'll just try to complete this final puzzle.
Lucas is
of the night.
puzzling still, and
It's the last one I got.
we're still
It's the last
Streaming.
one
Live.
I have.
I did a total of 3 outfit changes.
I did none.
Oh, we also have this book of Poe over here.
That was cursed. I thought the Poe was cursed. The Poe was cursed. Well, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. That might work. What is this? What are we doing here? Nothing cool. Not doing anything cool here. Is a shooter.
Puzzling the puzzle. Puzzling as puzzle does.
I am quite puzzled by the puzzle.
I'm puzzled by the puzzling. Puzzle. That puzzled me. And my friend Lucas.
Well, tickle me up now.
Tickle me, oh no, tickle me puzzled.
here.
Hold on just 1 second. I'm so
Holding.
Are
sorry.
you playing Pokemon? You catching anything?
Holding.
Trying.
Better be a Charizard.
It's not.
I have turned.
Charizard.
Char Izzard.
Char Gizzard.
Charred gizzards. Ooh.
We lost.
Kelly!
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Huh?
Saying where'd you go?
I didn't go far.
Saying
Just-
about 6 hours.
Just
Oh shit. I just
There's a
got
dream
like,
over here.
a lot of shit going on here real quick. I'm so sorry. I started something big.
where are you gonna be reading it from?
My phone. That's why it says I keep saying sorry because I'm like, oh shit.
Location wise, though, they're talking about.
Yeah.
I'll just do it here. Since I've already gotten the spot, you know.
No, you're good. I'm gonna
Come
lay
here.
on the floor and listen to you.
Ooh, okay.
Shit.
Hopefully you laugh. Maybe.
What's the name of this?
How to derive the maximum enjoyment from crackers in bed.
Okay, wait. I have another thing though.
Okay.
I'm gonna get some crackers
Ah, okay. Alright. Yeah, get some crackers.
and eat it upside down while you would talk.
Okay.
There you go. It's good because I got this field research that I just got. So
I mean, I think it'll be like 2 seconds.
It's going very, very, very fast. I just have to climb to the wardrobe so that I can. Ooh. So I can maybe. Get new field research things.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
for Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that I play now.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild, me playing Pokemon. Who would have thought, you know? But here we are. The world's a wild place. You never quite know.
Yeah.
And sometimes you end up catching Pokemon on a telethon.
Yeah, it happens.
It happens to the best of us.
I caught 0 Pokemon with Telethon. I just do it to hatch eggs while I work. That's what I do.
Whistle while you work.
Hatch eggs while I work. Hashtag not sponsored.
Not sponsored. I just caught like a couple new Pokemon.
All I have is really stale crackers.
Oh my gosh! Oh, beautiful.
Well, I'm
Perfect.
fine eating them.
Don't eat them all yet. Don't eat them all yet. Pace yourself.
Oh, I can't eat. I'm not gonna eat them. I'm just having them as props.
Okay. 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 You might want the last little bit of the prose, the story.
Okay. Here you go.
Okay.
Whose Coke is that?
Yours.
How to Derive the Maximum Enjoyment from Crackers in Bed by Mason Williams. Speaking man to man, the most important element in deriving the maximum enjoyment from crackers is the choice of companion to help you enjoy them. She must be someone whom you admire, a beautiful woman, elegant and accustomed to sophistication, a woman. Should I have the camera more towards me?
Here, I
Let's
see
do
the piece
a
and
versus.
I'll just
Oh, I dropped a piece. Oh, I was missing a piece. That's why I couldn't drop it.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of cracker.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Other way. Oh, you can Kelly on the ground, so.
Nah, yeah, you can set my arm.
Just
Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
James Woods High School.
There we go.
It locked.
It's the first 6 digits.
I don't know how to get to it. It's what?
It's your first 6 digits of
What?
Verse 6. Okay. Let's start over. How to Derive the Maximum Enjoyment from Crackers in Bed by Mason Williams, 1964. Speaking man to man, the most important element in deriving the maximum enjoyment from crackers is the choice of companion to help you enjoy them. She must be someone whom you admire, a beautiful, elegant,
and a beautiful woman, elegant and accustomed to sophistication. A woman whose company is a challenge to enlist. A woman that's hard to get. In approaching the companion that is going to help you enjoy the crackers, it is best not to tell her of your intention. Let it be a surprise to her by charmingly mysterious, saying only that you're going to do something currently different. If she accepts your invitation, proceed in making the following arrangements. Reserve 2 hotel rooms for the same night in 2 different hotels. One a single room in a Skid Row flop house, and the other a suite of rooms in the finest hotel in town. If you do not own an expensive car, make arrangements to have one at your disposal for the evening. On the day of the occasion, a few hours before you are to pick her up, purchase several heads of lettuce, romaine, endive, fresh spinach, etc. Several pounds of fresh, ripe tomatoes, cucumbers, celery, olives, green onions, and so forth. In other words, whatever ingredients you would choose to make an attractive salad. Finally, you must also purchase 5 gallons of each of the following dressings: Roquefort, French, Russian, Thousand Island, and vinegar and oil. Take these ingredients to the room at a Skid Row hotel, pull back the covers on the bed, and make a 4 or 5 inch layer of salad that covers the entire surface of the bed. Toss in the salad well with your hands. Pull the covers back over the salad and remake the bed. Be sure there is no salad on the floor. Place the 25 gallons of dressing in the closet. With the above accomplished, proceed to dress for the evening. Dress as though you are a waiter or a wine captain in an expensive restaurant. But leave doubt as to whether or not this is what your attire really suggests. The doubt is, of course, a personal matter. When you are dressed and all the necessary arrangements have been made, proceed to pick up your date. When you call for her, create an air of wistful mystery. However, try to not make your mystery dark and ominous. Keep it light and taunting. If she asks you what is planned for the evening, it is very effective to look into her eyes, smile faintly, but say nothing, and then look away. Drive casually to the flop house, make interesting conversation, keep her wondering, answer her questions about what you're going to do with her. Only you'll see. When you arrive at the flop house, take her quickly to the room you have rented. Once inside the room, ask her this question: by the way, what salad dressing do you prefer? When she has told you, go into the bathroom and drape a small hand towel over your forearm. Allez, fancy waiter. Return to the room and pull back the covers on the bed to display the crisp green salad. One of the high points of the evening is now at hand. You must coax her to lie down in the bed. She may possibly reject such a notion at first, and may even attempt to leave. Reason with her. One of the finest points of argument to convince her that it is perfectly alright, as in salads are good for you. If she is still hesitant, you can even go as far to chide her for not being adventurous. Whatever you do, get her in that bed. Get tough if you have to, but get her in that bed. After she is in the bed, go to the closet and take out the 5 gallons of her choice of dressing, and with great flair, pour it over her entire body. She will probably make some remarks like, "What is the meaning of this ridiculous tableau? Are you mad, you crazy son of a bitch?" Enjoy them. When you have emptied the entire 5 gallons of dressing on her, snap your fingers and say, "Crackers!" Begging her for forgiveness, explaining that you have forgotten the crackers. Tell her that you will have to run to the store, and for her not to move a muscle. Race out of the flop house, drive swiftly to a store, and buy a small box of saltines. Do not buy fancy crackers. When you have purchased them, drive to the fine hotel in which you have rented a suite of rooms. Go directly up to your suite, place the box of crackers on the nightstand beside the bed, take off your clothes, and get into bed. Turn the light off, settle down, and nibble on the crackers one by one. You will have derived the maximum enjoyment from them.
While your date is still laying in the flop house on the bed of salad, waiting for you to come back with crackers.
Covered
was
her
like-
choice of dressing.
I was interested in what he was gonna do with that salad.
Yeah.
Just leave her in it.
Just leave her in it.
No, I know, but like now, like all of
Crackers!
It's about the crackers, not the
My
salad.
possibilities are like, well, get an employee finder.
Is she still laying there to this day?
We only have 1 more hour, guys.
Yeah. So that is how to derive the maximum enjoyment from practice in bed.
I'm about to battle Team Rocket and then I'll read some fucked up shit.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I bet you wanna play a song?
You don't gotta sing, you just wanna strum. Just so we don't have, quiet. Just
Got you guys.
doing some ditties on the keys earlier.
Put the
There's
chair
some
wherever
ditties
you
on
want.
the
You can
strings,
put it
you
over
know.
my body. I'm cool with it.
Yep. Sit on his face.
You gotta be
Put
in,
it over your.
you be in camera or no?
Yeah, probably.
You don't have to be, but if you want to be, put the chair over my face.
Put the chair. Sit on my
Sit
face.
on my face.
Put on a chair.
Put on a chair, make it PG.
Spit
So
It's
we can
more-
put it on air.
It's
Ba,
more
ba, ba, ba.
Matilda antics than anything.
Spit in my mouth?
Matilda. Why did you have to be formaldehyde?
Are these separated? No, they're gonna be right side by side.
Man, that was close. They got me.
There. Let's see. Those go together. These go together. And like this. Are they skew? Are they supposed to be skewed? Maybe they're not supposed to be skewed. They have to be skewed. Oh, these are the ones. When this one goes together, are they askew? Sorry, I'm just chatting.
Skew.
Askew.
Think of like, you know how you put two strings and you pull up, and it kind of creates like a tie-like fashion.
I feel like I told me that they're ties on like 3 of them.
Bow tie.
Yeah.
Bolo ties. Bow ties, bolo ties.
The fact that
weird
Al had a
belts.
bolo tie,
Yeah.
I was like, fuck, the TV show's real. We're
Truman
on it,
Show.
literally. Truman Show just didn't want people to think that you could go sail off to sea.
Come sail away. Come sail away. Sail away with me.
You guys.
Yep.
What?
I don't know. Every time someone sings that song, I can't not hear the Cartman.
Cartman? Yeah, me too.
And so I just said the you guys part.
You guys.
Hey, you guys.
You guys.
Wrong movie?
You know, that movie doesn't really hold up that much if you put it under a better lens.
Yeah. You know what? You're not wrong. Shit.
Just for the record, why would you there?
My heart is gonna beat exactly till 8 o'clock.
It's gonna beat.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope it would beat after 8 o'clock as well.
I really
Me too.
don't want that
Huh?
to stop beating.
Yeah.
Huh?
Don't want your heart to stop beating.
It's a bad thing.
Well,
Me
it'll
either.
probably start up again. But,
Wouldn't be the first time.
but, I paced it out all the way to here, you know.
We don't want any more people to die this year.
Yeah, okay, I won't die. Yet.
I'm trying to choose where I have to quarter.
Yeah.
We won't
It's
die
a,
that
it's a
year,
good
though,
goal.
either.
Yet. It's a good goal.
I'd like to not die yet. Still got some shit I want to do.
Should work on that goal. Yeah.
We're good. It's good.
Huh?
Why are you crying?
gonna diddle a ditty?
Yeah.
PJ color, let's go.
Play Wonderwall.
No.
Anyway, here's Wonderwall.
She did just straight up please start.
Amazing.
No, I'm doing that stuck in my head.
No.
It's like throwing off my brain working.
You're welcome.
It's 16 miles to the promised land, and I promise you I'm doing the best I can. Now don't fool yourself into thinking you're more than a man, 'cause you'll probably end up dead. I visit these mountains with frequency, and I stand here with my arms up. Now some days they last longer than others, but this day by the lake went too fast. And if you want me, you better speak up. I won't wait. So you better move fast. Woo! Just do it sometimes.
Try to play something I haven't practiced in a really long time. May I? Stay right there. Don't go anywhere. I don't like when you're in the other room. You're too far away. For the last hour.
That's your head.
That's oh. I think I just realized earlier I was on the wrong cake for the whole song for the song.
Because you still did it really well.
Thanks. That's why I was fucking throwing me off. What's it? There it is. Cool. Sorry, took a second. No, I have not played this song probably since the last telethon, so kind of gotta pick. We're making do. We're at the last
Springer.
Sorry, I fucked it up again. There it is.
Try to wash it down with something strong. Try, but the taste of blood remains. Cold, empty mattresses and falling stars. Why how they start to look the same? So keeping happiness and torture me while I tell you let's go in style. A million hearts around, a million ways to die. Darling, it's cold outside. No, no more eyes to see the sign. You slide into bed while I get drunk. Slow conversations with a gun mean more than I've ever said to anyone. So keep it happiness and torture me while I tell you let's go in style. A million arms around, a million ways to die. Darling, it's cold outside. It'll be alright. But last night you said you ended up in Palm Springs dancing on tables. Almost fought some bitch at the club. Got kicked out of your hotel and lost your shoes. Well, fuck, what am I supposed to be? Impressed? Just another set of bones to lay to rest. So I'll say goodnight. Hope you had a really good time. And I will soon forget the color of your eyes, and you'll forget mine. So keep it happiness and torture me while I tell you let's go in style. A million hearts around, a million ways to die. Darling, it's cold outside. It'll be alright. But last night you said you ended up in Palm Springs dancing on tables.
Here's the veil.
Good job.
Thank you.
You guys are talented beyond the stars, and I just wish I had an ounce of that kind of talent.
You do.
Musically speaking, I can only play dueling banjo because of a curse.
A curse made with the devil a long time ago. The same devil that took Brennan's kidney in Georgia.
Yeah. I played a fiddle and it wasn't as good as the Georgia guys, so here I am.
Here I am.
Fiddle went down to Georgia and I got something to say.
I went down to Georgia and all I got was this lousy fiddle.
The devil didn't believe in composting either, and I took over his compost. Huh. I was like, yo, devil, this is my compost
This
now.
is my
I'm
soil.
taking it, and you're gonna rot souls in here. You're gonna do it efficiently and self-sustainingly, along with the thermodynamics of the hellscape that you provide. You know, I made sure he put that in the contract.
Yeah,
You know,
you gotta just watch your
Fringe-
back, you know.
Made sure he had
When it comes to
all
any
the
kind of
fringe
contract.
benefits. Last hour's torture.
The devil likes Georgia, or you think that he just gets a lot of souls down there?
Gets a
Do
lot
you
of
think it's
souls
like
down
pure
there.
business,
I
or
think
you
it's
think
just
he's
like
actually having
that's
some
the only
pleasure?
place that they actually have a crossroad where you can just bury shit and he'll show up.
Is that a pure business?
Yeah, he just doesn't like to travel that much, so it's like he did
Okay,
one road.
okay. So you gotta come to him.
And then like it's like the least traveled place, but then he could just snatch you up whenever he wants and make you watch a movie called Lamb over and over again forever.
Oh my god, until you die.
Lamb forever.
Lamb for life.
Strawberry fields forever.
So can I ruin the Lamb movie for you? So in the Lamb movie, the opening scene shows a point of view camera walking into where the sheep are kept, and someone just taking a sheep aggressively, implying it's like a human fucked a sheep basically.
You mean like taking it as in stealing it?
Like fucking
Taking
the
it.
sheep.
Okay, okay.
And then the opening scene is like basically them finding the baby as the lamb has it and it having part human. It's like one of those half
Hybrids.
yeah. And then the mom gets annoyed that the mom sheep keeps asking for the baby back, so the mom kills it. And then it just gets weird, and then at some point
The human mom killed the sheep mom. Yeah.
at some point it's like really boring. They keep acting like things are gonna happen, nothing happens.
The village.
Something outside that had the POV thing kills their sheepdog, which is like a weird, like, alright, there's a horror thing afoot. We're an hour and a half into the movies, no horror yet, just weird sheep detail. And then
Weird sheep detail.
as a sheep farmer, extremely weird, not necessary sheep detail. Don't know why they focused. Anyways, at some point, you realize that the main protagonist of the film is actually this large ram, half man, half ram. And he steals a gun from in their house and shoots the man who
The man.
who was like with his ram kid, and then just grabs his ram kid and like walks off basically. But like they implied the man had sex with the sheep, which was like all sorts of fucked up in the first place. But then they go into this different direction. They have this ram guy who does look cool, I'll say. He is only in the movie for about 2 minutes total. And instead of like ramming them to death, he just shoots them with a gun. So like, as far as like evil sheep creature goes,
Could have gotten more creative with
Yeah,
it.
it just got real like lame. Like I don't know. It was like such a build up for nothing. Like if they would have did that long build up and then just gave me like eternal gore
So
where everyone on the farm was
You're
ripped
saying
in
it was
half.
bad.
Oh my god. And it was just so bad.
Bad.
And you could just tell they're like, hey,
I'm bad.
New Zealand
I'm
people
bad.
here, make me a movie, I'll give you 200 mil. That's what happened. They didn't even like go over the details of the script or anything. They were just like 200 mil. You got it? Yeah.
So
I just thought about
This
Michael
sounds
Jackson.
awful.
Michael Jackson sheep. I can't stop thinking about doing the moonwalk.
I'm bad. I'm bad.
Michael Jackson. There was a Michael Jackson sheep.
No,
There
but
is
Oh.
now. We just manifested it.
I just
Reality.
imagine it does exist. What time is it?
7:14. Should I read some a diary?
So early.
Yeah, I'm afraid of falling asleep. Which is gonna be really lame and pathetic if I do. Do you think an alien made that triangle in my ceiling, or do you think it was there?
Triangle looks like a square.
Triangle right there.
The little 3 dots. That's what you're talking about. An alien, probably. We'll go through a couple,
Can't live with
couple of
them,
the
can't live
chapters
without
of
them.
diary. They're not long.
Okay.
You can stop at any point.
I mean, we can go all the way till. Hey, but if I do fall asleep, you guys
I
can
mean,
just slap
I
me.
already read the first 2 chapters. So, you know, the aging one. This is,
A continuation.
yes. Your name is Peter Wilmot, and all you need to understand is that you turned out to be one sorry sack of shit. June 23rd. Also, this book is called Diary, and it's written in, like, a diary entry format, so it just has the dates for chapters. And, also a repeating thing that is, like a callback in many of the chapters is the weather today, and then they will explain that the weather is, like, in a very, not in a way that you can really usually call weather. So, like, the first chapter, it said, the weather today is increasing concern followed by full-blown dread. And actually, Panic at the Disco, in their first album, I Figure You Can't Sweat Out, Ryan Ross wrote a lot of lyrics, and this is one of his favorite authors as well. And, just for the record, the weather today is slightly sarcastic with a good chance of it is a homage to Chuck.
Real quick, I just want to say I'm so good at this puzzle that I solved it with one less piece.
Oh my god, wow, you're so brilliant. June 23rd. A woman calls from Seaview to say that her linen closet is missing. Last September, her house had 6 bedrooms and 2 linen closets. She's sure of it. Now she's only got 1. She comes to open her beach house for the summer. She drives out from the city with the kids and the nanny and the dog, and here they are with all their luggage, and all their towels are gone. Disappeared. Poof. Bermuda triangulated. Her voice on the answering machine, the way her voice screeches up high until it's air raid siren by the end of every sentence. You can tell she's shaking mad, but mostly she's scared. She says, "Is this some kind of joke? Please tell me someone paid you to do this." Her voice on the machine said, "Please, I won't call the police. Just put it back the way it was, okay?" Behind her voice, faint in the background, you can hear a boy's voice saying, "Mom?" The woman, away from the phone, says, "Everything's gonna be fine." She says, now let's not panic." The weather today is increasing trend towards denial. Her voice on the answering machine says, just call me back, okay? She leaves her phone number. She says, "Please." June 25th. Picture away a little kid would draw a fish bone, the skeleton of a fish with the skull on one end and the tail on the other. The long spine in between and is crossed with rib bones. It's kind of a fish skeleton you'd see in the mouth of a cartoon cat. Picture this fish as an island covered with houses. Picture the kind of castle houses that a little girl living in a trailer park would draw. Big stone houses, each with forests of chimneys, each with mountain range of different roof lines, wings and towers and gables, all of them going up to a lightning rod at the top. Slate roofs, fancy wrought iron fences, fantasy houses, lumpy with bay windows and dormers. All around them, perfect pine trees, rose gardens, and red brick sidewalks. The Burgoyes daydreams of some poor white trash kid. The whole island was exactly what a kid growing up in some trailer park, like, say, in a dump in Tecumseh. Oh my god, I'm so fucking tired. Tecumseh. Say, like, some lake, like Tecumseh Lake, Georgia, would dream about. This kid would turn out all the lights in the trailer while her mom was at work. She'd lie down flat on her back on the matted down orange shag carpet in the living room. The carpet smelling like someone stepped in dog pile. The orange melted black in spots from cigarette burns. The ceiling was water stained. She'd fold her arms across her chest. She could picture life in this kind of place. It would be at that time, late at night, when your ears reach out for any sound, when you can see more with your eyes closed than open. Fish skeleton. From the first time she held a crayon, it's what she would draw. The whole time this kid's growing up, maybe her mom was never home. She never knew her dad, and maybe her mom worked 2 jobs. One at a shitty fiberglass insulation factory, one slopping food in a hospital cafeteria. Of course, this kid dreams of a place like this island where nobody works except has to keep the house and pick the wild blueberries and beachcomb, embroider handkerchiefs, arrange flowers, where every day doesn't start with an alarm clock and end with a television. She's imagined these houses, every room, the carved edge of each fireplace mantle, the pattern of every parquet floor. She imagined it out of thin air, the curve of light, the fixture or faucet, every tile she could picture. Imagine it late at night, every wallpaper pattern, every single stairway and downspout. She'd drawn it with pastels, colored it with crayons, every brick sidewalk and boxwood hedge. She'd sketched it, filled in the red and green with watercolors. She'd seen it, pictured it, dreamed of it. She wanted it so bad. Since as early as she could pick up a pencil, that's all she would ever draw. You'd come come here for the first time and you think all your hopes and dreams have come true. Your life will end happily ever after. The point is, for a kid who's only ever lived in a house with wheels under it, this looks like a special safe place where she'll live, loved, and cared for, forever. For a kid who's used to sitting on a shag carpet with a box of colored pencils or crayons to draw pictures of these houses she'd never seen, just pictures of the way she imagined them with their old porches and stained glass windows. For this little girl to one day see these houses for real, these exact houses she thought she'd only ever imagined. Since the first time she could draw, little Misty Marie knew the wet secrets of the septic tanks behind each house. She knew the wiring inside their walls was old, cloth wrapped for insulation and strung through china tubes along china posts. She could draw the inside of every front door, where every island family marked the names of the height of each child. Even from the mainland, from the ferry dock in Long Beach, across the miles of salt water, the island looks like paradise. The pines are so dark green that they look black, and the waves breaking up against the brown rocks. It's like everything she could ever want, protected, quiet, and alone. Nowadays, this is how the island looks to a lot of people, a lot of rich strangers. For this kid, who's never swam in anything bigger than the trailer park pool, blinded by too much chlorine, and her ride to ferry into Wannsee Harbor, with the birds singing and the sun bouncing right off the rows and rows of hotel windows, for her to hear the ocean rolling into the side of the breakwater and feel the sun so warm and the clean wind in her hair, smelling the roses in full bloom, and the thyme and the rosemary. This pathetic teenager who had never seen the ocean, she'd already painted the headlands of the cliffs that hung high above the rocks, and she got them perfect. Poor little Misty Marie Kleinman. This girl came here as a bride, and the whole island came out to greet her. 40, 50 families, all of them smiling and waiting their turn to shake her hand. A choir of grade school kids sang. They threw rice. There was a big dinner in her honor at the hotel, and everyone toasted with champagne. It is hillside above the Merchant Street, the windows of the Wannsee Hotel, all 6 stories of them, rows of windows, glass and porches, the zigzag lines of dormers, and the watching her come to live in the big houses and the shady tree-lined belly of the fish. Just one look at the Wannsee Island and Missy Kleinman figured it was worth kissing off her blue-collared mom, the dog piles and shag carpet. She swore she'd never set foot in the old trailer park. She put her plans for being a painter on hold. The point is, when you're a kid, even when you're a little older, maybe 20 and enrolled in art school, you don't know anything about the real world, and you want to believe that somebody, when he says he loves you, he only wants to marry you and take you home to live in some perfect island paradise, some big stone house on East Burke Street. He says he only wants to make you happy. And no, honestly, he won't ever torture you to death. And poor Misty Kleinman, she told herself, it wasn't career as an artist she wanted, it was what she really wanted all along, was the house, the family, and the peace. Then she came to Wannsee Island, where everything was so right. Then it turned out that she was wrong. June 26th. A man calls from the mainland, from Ocean Park, to complain that his kitchen is gone. It's natural to not notice at first. After you live anywhere long enough, a house, an apartment, a nation, it just seems too small. Ocean Park, Oysterville, Long Beach, Ocean Shores, these are all mainland towns. The woman with the missing closet, the man with his bathroom gone. These people are all messages on the answering machine. People who had some remodeling done on their vacation places, mainland places, summer people. If you have a 9-bedroom house you only see 2 weeks each year, it might take you a few seasons to notice that you're missing a part. Most of these people have at least half a dozen houses. They aren't really homes, they're more like investments. They have condos and co-ops. They have apartments in London and Hong Kong, a different toothbrush waits in every time zone, a pile of dirty laundry on every continent. This voice complaining on Peter's answering machine, it says that there was a kitchen with a gas range, a double oven, and a big wall, a big 2-door refrigerator. Listening to him gripe, your wife, Misty Marie, she nods yes, lots of things used to be different around here. It used to be that you could catch a ferry just by showing up. It runs every half hour to the mainland and back, every half hour. Now you get in line, you wait your turn, you sit in the parking lot with a mob of strangers in their shiny sports cars that don't smell like urine. The ferry comes and goes 3 or 4 times before there's room for you on board, you sitting all that time in the hot sun, in that smell. It takes you all morning just to get off the island. You used to walk to the Wannsee Hotel and get a window table, no problem. It used to be that you never saw litter on Wannsee Island, or traffic, or tattoos. Pierced noses, syringes. Oh, thank you. Washed up on the beach. Sticky used condoms in the sand, billboards, corporate tagging. The man in Ocean Park said how his dining room wall is nothing but perfect oak wainscoting wainscoting and blue striped wallpaper. Baseboard and picture of the molding have a curve running with seamless and unbroken from corner to corner. He knocked, and the wall is solid, plaster drywall on wood frame and construction. In the middle of this perfect wall, where there swears there used to be a kitchen door used to be. Over the phone, the Ocean Park man says, "Maybe this is my mistake, but this house has to have a kitchen, doesn't it? Doesn't that in the building code or something?" The lady in Seaview only missed her linen closet when she couldn't find a clean towel. The man in Ocean Park said how he took a corkscrew from the main dining room sideboard and he screwed a little hole where he remembered the kitchen door. He got a steak knife from the sideboard and stabbed the hole a little bitter. He has a little flashlight on his keychain and he pressed his cheek to the wall and peeked through the hole he'd made. He squinted, and with the darkness was a room with words written across the walls. He squinted and let his eyes adjust, and there in the dark all he could read were snatches. "Set foot on the island and you will die," the words said. "Run as fast as you can from this place. They will kill all of God's children if it means saving their own." Where his kitchen should be, it says, "All of you butchered." The man in Ocean Park says, "You better come see what I found." His voice on the answering machine says, "Handwriting alone is worth the trip." June 28th. The dining room at the Wannsee Hotel, it's named the Wood and Gold Dining Room because of its walnut paneling and gold brocade upholstery. The fireplace mantle is carved with walnut and with brass adorns. You have to keep the fire burning even when the wind blows from the mainland and then the smoke backs up and coughs out the front. Soot and smoke slip out until you have to pull the batteries from every smoke detector. By then the whole hotel smells a little on fire. Every time someone asks for table 9 or 10 by the fireplace and then bitches about the smoke and about how it's too hot and asks for a new table, you need to take a drink. Just a sip of whatever you got. Cooking sherry works for your poor fat wife. This is the day in the life of Misty Marie, Queen of the Slaves. Another longest day of the year. It's a game anybody can play. This is just Misty's own personal coma. A couple drinks, a couple aspirin, repeat. In the wood and gold dining room across from the fireplace are windows that look down to the coastline. Half the glazing putty has dried and crumbled until the cold wind whistles inside. The windows sweat. Moisture inside the room collects on the glass and trickles down into the puddle, where the puddle in the floor is soaked through and the carpet smells bad. It's just washed up on the beach. It's just from the last 2 weeks of July. The view outside the horizon is cluttered with billboards, the same brand names for fast food, sunglasses, tennis shoes that you would see printed on the litter that marks the tide line. Floating in every way, you see cigarette butts. Every time someone asks you for table 14, 15, or 16 by the windows, then complains about the cold draft and the sink of the squishy wet carpet, and then they whine for a new table, you need to take a drink. These summer people, their holy grail is the perfect table, the power seat, placement. It's the only place that they're sitting is never as good as where they're not. And it's so crowded, just as getting across the dining room, you just got punched in the stomach and by elbows and hip bones and slapped with purses. Before we go any further, you might want to put on some extra clothes. You might want to stock up on some extra B vitamins, maybe a little extra brain cells. If you're reading this in public, stop until you're wearing your best and good underwear. Even before this, you might want to get on the list for somewhere for a good donor or liver. You can see where this is going. This is where Misty Marie Kleinman's whole life has gone. You have endless ways that you can commit suicide without dying. Whenever anyone from the mainland comes with a group of friends, all of them thin and tan and sighing at the woodwork and the white tablecloths and the crystal bud vases filled with rose and fern and the silver plate antique and everything, anytime someone says, "Well, you should serve tofu instead of veal," take a drink. These thin women, maybe on the weekends you'll see a husband, a short, dumpy, sweating so hard to the back block he sprays on bald spots and sprays on his bald spot is running down the back of his neck. Thick rivers of dark sludge that stain the back of his shirt collar. Whenever one of the local sea turtles comes in clutching her pearls at her withered throat, Mrs. Burton or Mr. Seymour or Mrs. Perry, when she sees some skinny tan summer woman at her own personal favorite table since 1865 and says, "Misty, how could you? You know I'm always regular here at noon on Tuesdays and Thursdays." "Really, Misty?" Then you need to have 2 drinks. When the summer people ask for coffee drinks with foam milk or shelted silver or carob sprinkles or soy-based anything, take another drink. If they don't tip up, take another drink. These summer women, they wear so much black eyeliner they could be wearing sunglasses. They wear dark brown lip eyeliner and then eat until the lipstick inside is worn away. What's left is a table of skinny children, each with a dirty ring around their mouth. Their long hooked fingernails, the pastel color of Jordan almonds. When it's summer, you still have to stroke the smoking fireplace and remove an article of clothing. When it's raining and the windows rattle in the cold draft, you put on an article of clothing. A couple drinks, a couple aspirin. Repeat. When Peter's mother comes in with your daughter, Tabby, and expects you to wait on your own mother-in-law and your own kid like you're their own personal slave, take 2 drinks. When they both sit at table 8, Grammy Wilmot telling Tabby, your mother would be a famous artist if she'd only try, take a drink. The summer women in their diamond rings and pendants and tennis bracelets, all their diamonds dull and greasy, sunblock when they ask you to sing happy birthday to them, take a drink. When your 12-year-old looks up at you and calls you ma'am instead of mom. When her grandmother Grace says, Misty dear, you'd have more money and dignity if you'd go back to painting. When the whole dining room hears this. A couple drinks, a couple aspirin. Repeat. Anytime Grace Wilmot orders a deluxe selection of tea sandwiches with cream cheese and goat cheese and walnuts chopped into a fine paste and then spread on paper thin toast, and then she eats only a couple bites and leaves the rest to waste, and then charges this pot of Earl Grey tea and a piece of carrot cake, she charges all this to you, and you don't even know that she's done this until your paycheck is only 75 cents because of the deductions in some weeks that you actually end up owing the Wayne to Sea Hotel. You realize that you're a sharecropper trapped in the wooden gold dining room, probably for the rest of your life. Then you take 5 drinks. Anytime the dining room is crowded with every little gold prepared chair filled with some woman, local or mainland, bitching about how the ferry ride takes too long, there's not enough parking on it, and how you never used to need a reservation for lunch, and how they come to people who used to stay home because it's just too much, and all these elbows and needy, strident voices asking for directions and asking non-dairy creamer and sundresses in size 2, and the fireplace is still blazing away because it's a hotel tradition, and then you remove another article of clothing. If you're not drunk and half naked by this point, you're not paying attention. When Raymond, the busboy, catches you in the walk-in freezer, putting a bottle of sherry in your mouth and says, Misty Carino, salud! When that happens, you toast him with the bottle saying, to my brain-dead husband, to the daughter I never see, to our house, about to go to the Catholic Church, to my batty mother-in-law who nibbles brie and green onion finger sandwiches, and then say, Te amo, Raymond. Take the bonus drink. Anytime some crusty old fossil from a good island family tries to explain how she's a Burton and her mother was a Seymour and her father was a Tupper and his mother was a Carlisle, and somehow that makes her your second cousin is once removed, and then she flops a cold, soft, withered hand on your wrist while trying to clear the dirty salad plates, and she says, Misty, why aren't you painting anymore? And you can see yourself just getting older and older, and those life spiraling down the garbage disposal, and then you take 2 drinks. What they don't teach you in art school is never, ever to tell people that you wanted to be an artist. Just so you know, for the rest of your life, people will torture you by saying how you used to love to draw when you were young, you used to love to paint, a couple drinks, a couple aspirin, repeat. Just for the record, today your poor wife, she drops in a butter knife in the hotel dining room. When she bends to pick it up, something's reflected in the silver blade. It's the words written on the underside of table 6. On her hands and knees, she lifts the edge of the tablecloth. On the wood, on the dried chewing gum, crumbs and snot, it says, don't let them trick you again. Written in pencil, it says, choose any book at the library. Somebody's homemade or immortality, their lasting effect. This is their life after death. Just for the record, the weather today is partly soused with the occasional bursts of despair and irritation. The message under the table, the faint pencil handwriting, it's signed, Mora Kinsey.
Soused. I think it's 8.
Is it 8?
I don't know. It's gotta be close.
Close. We got a half hour. 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Should we just call it?
Nope.
Nope.
Half hour.
That's right.
Gives me a half hour to put this bow tie together.
Bolo tie.
And once I do that, I'll have solved all 6 of the puzzles.
You passed
And I
the
win the
test.
prize. If only I wasn't misled by their shape
Bolo ties.
multiple times.
They're all bolo ties.
Yeah. Well, really, the only one that I knew I only knew the shape of 2 of them. Because the rest were all disassembled. Oh. Almost there.
So close.
Kelly's going strong. With us all the way.
Happened last telethon too.
100% awake. 100% awake.
He's awake and
He's-
alert and
he's-
aware about
he's
everything
there.
that's happening right
yeah.
now.
He's with it.
God, what else can we do?
I don't know. I ran out of things a while ago.
Mm. Just to prove a point, this is AC News. News from the future, not for the future. Oh look, that's 7. Who's counting?
I wasn't counting.
It's okay. Somebody is. It's not me.
Who said it? Right? You even said it. This is being said. So what am I doing?
Wish I could tell you. I don't know. Making a bowler tie.
I'm almost certain that this is not gonna look like a bow tie.
Hey Kelly.
Almost certain.
Hey Kelly. I'm gonna do a dab.
Yabba dabba do you?
I'm gonna do a dab, Kelly.
Yabba dabba do you? We're almost there, Kelly.
25 minutes.
You made it the entire time without napping.
Mhm.
Proud of you.
I'm gonna take a dab. A little one, if that's okay.
Take a big one.
He's like, no, not that. Only a big one.
I'm gonna sit here and try and finish this. I'm gonna do. Oh, that's way too tight. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Somewhere. This is where we're going. Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. 100%.
You know, I just wanna say, fucking love you guys.
What do you do?
I love you,
Love you too.
chat. All of our viewers.
I'm almost there, guys.
We're so
I'm
close.
almost there.
You can do it.
This is wrong.
You get the bow tie shape?
Yeah, you know, I'm still not certain it's a bow tie. And I'm still just so good at this puzzle that I can do it with one less piece. That's how good I am at this puzzle. 2 different solutions, both done with one less piece.
More efficient, honestly.
That's how good it is. That's how good I am at this puzzle.
No.
Thought I knew what a bow tie looked like.
2 degrees is everything. 2 degrees kills the dinosaurs. 20 minutes, guys.
I feel like I know what shape he's talking about.
A bolo tie.
Yeah, it just won't do it. I feel like it's 2, 2, 2. But when I try and do that, it's just. The big problem is I'm just jamming. And if it doesn't fit, I just.
Jamming it
That's what I do. That's what I've been doing. It's kind of my go-to thing. Just jamming in. I probably shouldn't do that. Probably not right. That's what I'm doing. What? Salsa. I'm convinced I just have an extra piece.
Yeah, you're just really good at solving the
Yeah,
puzzle. You're more
just-
efficient.
just so
You don't
efficient.
need all the pieces.
Does it look like a tic-tac-toe board, but like
It looks like a
3D?
bullet die.
I'm convinced he knows what it looks like.
You know, it could be those things you said. I don't know. I just know that I was promised a lot of bullet dies.
I was too. I was promised a couple.
At least a couple.
Definitely more than one.
Sorry, we're
So way cool.
so low key in the last segment here, but you know, if you've been in the trenches like we have, maybe you'd understand how long 24 hours really is. And longer still, how long we were up before Telethon started. Because that is also something to take into consideration. I don't want to bore everyone with more diary, but
It's better than I got.
when we're doing more diary, because this is what we got. We got 20 more minutes. We got to use another chapter. These chapters are short. June 29th, the new moon. Actually, it's a full moon tonight for all of y'all that didn't know that. Get your magic ready. In Ocean Park, the man answers his front door, a wine glass in one hand, some kind of bright orange wine, filling it up to his index finger on the side of the glass. He's wearing a white terry cloth bathrobe with angel stitched onto the lapel. He wears a gold chain tangled in his gray chest hair, and it smells like plaster dust. His other hand holds the flashlight. The man drinks the wine down to his middle finger, and the face looks puffy with the dark chin stubble. His eyebrows are bleached or plucked until they're almost not there. Just for the record, this is how they met, Mr. Angel Dillaport and Misty Marie. In art school, you learn that Leonardo da Vinci's painting, The Mona Lisa, has no eyebrows because they were the last detail the artist added. He's putting wet paint on to dry. In the 17th century, a restorer used the wrong solvent and wiped them off forever. A pile of suitcases sits just inside the front door, the real leather kind. And the man points past them back into the house with his flashlight, and he says, "You tell Peter Wilmot that his grammar is atrocious." These summer people, Mr. Marie tells them carpenters are always writing things inside the walls. The same idea every man gets, to write his name and date before he seals the wall, in tradition to leave a bottle of beer or wine. Roofers will write it on the decking before they cover it with tar paper and shingles. And farmers, like Kelly,
Farmer Dan.
Framers, oops, not even farmers, whoops. Framers will write it on the sheathing before they cover it with board or stucco, their name and the date. Some little part of themselves for someone in the future to discover. Maybe a thought, we were here, we built this, a reminder. Call it a custom or superstition, or feng shui. It's kind of sweet, homespun immortality. In art history, they teach how Pope something 5, the 5th, asked El Greco to paint over some nude figures of Michelangelo and had painted the ceiling on the Sistine Chapel. And El Greco agreed, but only if he could paint over the entire ceiling. They teach that El Greco is only famous because of his astigmatism. That's why he distorts his humans' bodies, and that's why he can see right. He stretched everybody's arms and legs and got famous for the dramatic effect. From famous artists to building contractors, we all want to leave our signature. A lasting effect. Your life after death. We all want to explain ourselves, and nobody wants to be forgotten. That day in Ocean Park, Angel Teleport shows Misty the dining room. The wainscoting and the blue stripe wallpaper. Halfway up one wall is a busted hole of curling, torn paper, and plaster dust. Masons, she tells him, will try a mortar or a charm or religious metal on a chain and hang it inside a chimney to keep some evil spirits from coming down the flue. Masons in the Middle Ages would seal a live cat inside the walls of a new building to bring good luck, or a live woman to give the building a soul.
Aliens.
Aliens, Masons. One and the same. Misty, she's watching his glass of wine. She's talking to it instead of his face, following it around with her eyes, hoping he'll notice and offer her a drink. Angel Teleport puts his puffy face and plucked brow on the hole and says, people of Wannacy Island will kill you the way that you killed everyone before. He holds this little flashlight tight to the side of the head so it shines in the darkness. Bristling brass and silver keys hang down to his shoulder. In the bright costume jewelry, he says, you should see what's written in here. Slow, the way a child learns to read, Angel Teleport stares into the dark and said, now I see my wife working at the Winnesea Hotel, cleaning rooms and turning into a fat fucking slob in pink plastic uniform. Mr. Teleport says, she comes home and her hands smell like the latex gloves she has to wear to pick up your used rubbers. Her blonde hair is gone gray and smells like shit, and she used to scrub out your toilets when she crawls into bed next to me.
Yo.
He says, drinks his wine down to his ring finger. That's a misplaced modifier. He reads, her tits hang down from the front of her like a couple dead carp. We haven't had sex in 3 years. It gets so quiet that Misty tries to make a little laugh. Angel Teleport holds out the flashlight. He drinks his bright orange wine down to where his pinky finger is on the side of the glass, and he nods in the hole in the wall and says, read it for yourself. His ring of keys is so heavy that Misty has to make a muscle to lift the flow of the flashlight, which puts her eye to the small, dark hole. The words painted on the far wall say, you'll die wishing you never set foot. The missing linen closet in Seaview, the missing bathroom in Long Beach, and the family room in Oysterville. Whenever people go poking around, this is what they find. It's always Peter's same tantrum. Your same old tantrum. You'll die and the world will be a better place for, and all these manland houses. And Peter worked on all these investments. It's all the same filth written and sealed inside. Die screaming and terrible. And behind her, Angel Teleport says, tell Mr. Wilmot that he spelled terrible wrong. With these summer people, poor Misty, she tells them. Mr. Wilmot wasn't himself the last year or so. He had a brain tumor he didn't know about for we don't know how long. Her face is still pressed in the hole in the wallpaper, and she tells us to Angel Teleport how Mr. Wilmot did some work in the old Wannesea Hotel, and now the room numbers jump from 312 to 314. Where there used to be a room, now it's just a perfect seamless hallway. Chair molding, baseboard, new power outlets every 6 feet, top quality work, all of it code except the room sealed inside. And this Ocean Park man swirls the wine glass and he says, I hope room 313 wasn't occupied at the time. Out in her car, there's a crowbar. They can have this doorway open back up in 5 minutes. It's just drywall is all, and she tells the man, and Mr. Wilmot is just going crazy. When she puts her nose in the hole and sniffs, the wallpaper smells like a million cigarettes came here to die. Inside the hole, you can smell cinnamon and dust of paint. Somewhere inside the dark, you can hear a refrigerator hum. Clock ticks. Written around the walls, it always says the same rant, and all these vacation houses written in big spiral. It starts in the ceiling and spins to the floor and around, so you have to stand in the center of the room to read until you're dizzy, until it makes you sick. The light from the keyring says, murdered despite all your money and status. Look, she says, there's your stove, right where you thought. And she steps back and gives him a little flashlight. Every contractor, Misty tells him, they'll sign their work, make it their territory. Finished carpenters will say, right on the subfloor before they lay the hardwood, parquet, and the carpet pad. They'll write on the walls before the wallpaper or tile. This is what's inside everybody's walls. It's a record for pictures, prayers, names, dates. It's a time capsule, or worse, you can find lead pipes, asbestos, toxic mold, bad writing, brain tumors, time bombs. Proof that no investment is yours forever. What you don't really want to know, but you don't dare forget. Angel Teleport, his face pressed to the hole. He reads, I love my wife and I love my kid. He reads, I won't see my family pushed down the ladder by you low-life parasites. He leans into the wall and he face twisting hard against the hole and says, this handwriting is so compelling the way he starts the letter F. Writes letter F in set foot and fat fucking slob the top of the line that overhangs the rest of the word. It means he's actually a very loving, protected man, he says. See the K and kill you? The way the front leg is extra long, it shows that he's worried about something. Grinding his face against the hole, Angel Teleport reads, Wanna see Island will kill every last one of God's children if it means saving our own. So, that was another chapter of Diary.
Class.
Thanks. We got 9 minutes.
Oh my gosh, I have 9 minutes to finish this?
Yeah, make a bow tie. Or a bolo tie.
Really trying, man. Like, I don't have to get this.
Who's to say, you know?
Again, I can do it with one less piece. No worries. I feel like I'm so close.
I'm so close.
Almost there.
Less than 10 minutes.
It just doesn't. That. So it's like I just need whatever goes. Just oh dang. Oh dang. I got it. Oh, I totally got it. Oh, get in there, you piece of shit. I mean, it's not done yet, but like,
You got it.
like it's. Oh, but how do you get in there? Oh, okay.
Alright, okay.
No, it's not it. Oh my gosh. Are you serious?
I'm so
Wait,
sorry.
maybe this is it. Did I do it, Kelly?
Mm.
Use all the pieces. It's together.
Kelly.
But I just. Oh, you know what? I
Mm.
think I just need to turn. I think this piece just needs. No, that won't turn. I mean, it's kind of tight. To be honest with you. Might not be right. It's like the rest of it has all just been like loose, and this is
Right.
together.
Together.
But I can see bow tie. I can see it. But I wanted this to be straight here. Really wanted this
Yeah,
to be
first a
straight
good bow
here.
tie, you know. 6 minutes, y'all. 6 minutes.
Are we gonna wait for about 5 minutes left?
Yeah,
Force them up?
got it.
I'm pretty sure I did it. This is my journey for the night.
Every day is a winding road.
This was my journey for the telethon. I did this one. I did this one. Right? I did this one. Yeah. Feel like I did. Martin says I didn't. I'm almost certain I did. This one. I did this one. I did this one, and I did this one. This one, I like. This is. I don't know if there's. Should do it. Best day ever.
Best day ever.
What do you call a mathematician that sails the circumference of the Earth at a speed of its radius? A pyrate.
A pirate, if you did it because it's the rate of pi.
Why'd the chicken cross the road?
Why?
To get to the idiot's house.
Oh.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
The chicken.
No. I'm the idiot. You see that quick one he pulled on me?
Why does Dracula only give cards as gifts?
Tell me.
Because it's the count that thought. What do you call a giraffe with a really short neck?
A horse.
A zebra. Yeah.
Wild
yeah.
horse.
Yeah.
Who's gonna ride your wild horses?
What do you
Who's gonna drown your blue sea?
What do you call a deer that has no eyes? I have no idea.
Kelly, it's 3 minutes. Kelly. Ash Wednesday.
What do you call your friend with no arms and no legs on your front porch?
Your friend.
Matt. What do you call that same guy in the ocean?
Bob.
Bob. What do you call that same guy water skiing? Skip. What do you call that same guy in a hole? Phil. I was trying to think of it if there's a lot of good do with that one. What do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear.
Ha!
What did the mommy buffalo say to the baby buffalo when it left for school?
Bye, son.
Bye, son.
Why was the mermaid wearing seashells? She grew out of her bee shells.
What do you call a fish with no eyes?
It's good. It's good.
Kelly!
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 Kelly, 2 minutes!
Kelly!
Kelly!
It's game time.
2 minutes!
Game time.
We're doing it! We're 1 minute!
Also, I need to know if I did this right, because I feel like I didn't, but it's together. And I used all the pieces. And I can kind of see bow tie. But it looks slightly wrong. But I did it. My phone's dead.
Yeah, that's been the case for a while.
Let's go on.
I said that's been the case for a
Yeah,
while.
oh, yeah, there you go.
Alright, AZ. It is happening. It's been a long day. As you can see, it's really taken a lot out of me. And all of us here at AZ. But we appreciate your donations and you tuning in to our telethon. And next time, it'll just be better every time. That's it. That's a wrap. It's a wrap. That's been a telethon. It's been 24 hours.
Wrapping paper.
Rap and paper. Rap artist. But with a W. Out. Fuck
Give the
that
champagne.
shit.